Africa is on the front line of the climate emergency. Africa is highly exposed to climate shocks, which are affecting millions of people across the continent.
Aujourd'hui, le continent est traversé par une alternance de sécheresse et d'inondations qui se suivent. Une perturbation des cycles agricoles, une avancée du désert.
So our continent is affected.
These shocks are being compounded by the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the food and fiscal crisis.
For Africa, adaptation to climate change is not just important, but it is also a survival strategy.
Now is not the time to neglect climate action. Africa must harness climate resilient solutions quickly and at scale.
The African Development Bank and the Global Center on Adaptation launched the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program, which we call AAAP, to mobilize $25 billion for climate adaptation in Africa by 2025.
Through the AAAP, we are scaling up access to climate-smart digital technologies for farmers in Africa, integrating climate risks and resilience into infrastructure investments, supporting job creation through entrepreneurship in adaptation and resilience, and increasing finance flows for adaptation and resilience to the continent. Adaptation holds transformational potential for the African continent, with swift and bold action across all sectors. Africa can move forward rapidly on a resilient and green growth pathway, harnessing powerful synergies between adaptation, growth, and development.
The climate emergency has Africa at the crossroads. Business as usual is a surefire route to chaos, but adapt to it and Africa will thrive.
What is good for Africa is good for the world. And this has never been more true with the climate crisis. Excellencies, friends, my name is Patrick Verkooyen. I'm the CEO of the Global Center on Adaptation. Welcome. I think if you're here today, it is because you know Africa is unstoppable. We all believe in it. But as Kristalina reminded me yesterday, Africa is also at the crossroads. And as Amina reminded me yesterday, the international community itself is at a crossroads too. Because if COP27 fails, all the gains of Glasgow, ALOC, will have been squandered. Global climate cooperation will suffer a massive setback that nobody can afford. An African COP on African soil, as Africa is the world's most vulnerable continent. And following an extraordinary summer, we should have shivers thinking, what happens if Africa's great rivers suddenly dry up or go riot? We know, of course, that 1/3 of Pakistan is underwater today. And in Jackson, Mississippi, very recently, 1 million water bottles have been handed out. This is the climate crisis in action. But in Africa, climate shocks are going to hit home even harder. And we must be ready for it. But as you said, President Macky Sall, Africa itself will not stop. It has awoken. It is the engine of the world economy. But it won't continue unless Africa adapts. All of us, everywhere, would feel the fallout of Africa not adapting. It cannot It cannot be contained. But we don't have to go there. This year, I have been extremely inspired by my travels in Africa. I was in Kenya, I was in DRC with you, President Tshisekedi. I was in Ghana visiting you, President Akufo-Addo. And only a few days ago, I was with you, President Macky Sall, in Senegal. I've seen firsthand Africans taking adaptation action. I've seen the resilience of the people. Africa is standing up, and its adaptation solutions are ready to be scaled up. And when I was in Kenya, I visited a community in Makwene. And there was a song, and Secretary General Nfaike, I will not sing it here, I will not embarrass particularly myself, but the lyric was, you climb a mountain and you find good things on top of it. So you climb a mountain and you find good things on top of it. And adaptation in Africa is like climbing this mountain. But it is also a massive, massive opportunity for transformation, for jobs, for growth, for development. And I'm sure that with all of you in this room today, if you look around, just look around briefly, with all of you here in this room today, we have the dream team to climb this mountain together. So, Excellencies, of course, as part of our journey climbing this mountain, the next summit after today is Sharm el-Sheikh. But success in Egypt will hinge on whether Africa's needs are met or not. And adaptation action in Africa needs to be front, it needs to be center. Fortunately, Africa has the commitment. Fortunately, Africa has the plan. We just saw in the video the AAAP, the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program. It's Africa developed, it's Africa owned. It was launched by Africa's leaders, and Africa's leaders are here with us again today. They remind us that the AAAP is Africa's flagship venture, and that it is the vehicle for delivering the Africa Adaptation Initiative. The program, it has the scale, the program has the ambition to deliver what Africa and the African Union expects in terms of adaptation support. No other African adaptation projects comes close in terms of ambition. What is it? A $25 billion over 5 years program. Is that too ambitious? No. Africa's adaptation finance gap is $41 billion a year. AAAP is therefore about turning the tide on resilience in Africa. And what is more, the AAAP already has the track record to deliver. Since launching last year, more than $3 billion of investments on the ground for people in Africa have become reality. And half of the needed funds, $12.5 billion, are already there. The other half, though, another $12.5 billion, remains to be mobilized. My very good friend, my big brother, President Adesina, is going to update you on the way forward on the AAAP, on the billions for Africa. And obviously, that's also why it's good that Mahmoud is here with us. COP27 is the opportunity to close in on that target. Another realistic milestone for COP27 is to complete the more modest $250 million upstream financing facility. What is that? Well, actually, it's the transmission belt to mainstream adaptation in all large-scale projects of the DFIs. It's the millions needed to shape the trillions and the billions. With its demonstrated leverage ratio of 1 to 100, the upstream financing facility is also a smart investment. It's good value for your money. So let's make the upstream financing facility and the ADF replenishment, which Akin will talk about, a success in Sharm el-Sheikh. And in doing so, let us secure presidency. Africa is unstoppable indeed, by unlocking its full adaptation potential together. And that is the adaptation breakthrough for COP27 we're all striving for. We have to double down on adaptation this year. The Global Center on Adaptation, we thank every one of you for being part of this movement for many, many years. But let's now turn this summit today into an action agenda. And it's my honor to first invite the co-conveners of this summit today. First and foremost, the person who is driving this agenda when you were at the helm of the United Nations. The person who is the co-chair of the board of the Global Center on Adaptation, Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, CEO Professor Patrick Verkoyen, for your very inspiring opening statement. Your Excellency, President Macky Sall of Senegal and President of the African Union, and also co-chair together with me. Your Excellencies, President Nana Akufo-Addo of Ghana, President Tshisekedi of Democratic Republic of Congo, and Honorable Kristalina Georgieva of IMF Managing Director, Honorable Amina Mohamed, UN Deputy Secretary General, President Akinwumi Adesina, the African Development Bank, Diafaike Sibesma, my co-chair of the board, Honorable Mayor of Rotterdam, Ahmed Abu Taleb, Minister Mark Harbers, and distinguished participants and ministers. It's a great honor for me to co-chair this important GCA Adaptation Summit meeting in the presence of many African presidents and European ministers, heads of international organizations. The world has a fever. You have probably heard me say this before many times. I make no apologies for that because, tragically, the patient is not on the mend. The fever burns hotter and higher with every day that passes. In recent weeks, my own capital city, Seoul, has suffered as the heaviest rainfall in 115 years. More than 10 people were killed. Pakistan has fared much worse. More than 1,000 deaths, or nearly 1 million hectares of crops destroyed, hundreds of bridges washed away, a third of the country underwater. Just 12 years ago, when I was serving as a Secretary General, I saw for myself, my own eyes, what had happened to Pakistan. Pakistan is now being washed away after 12 years. The length of the devastated area, I was told at the time, 1,600 kilometers. I was appalled to have seen myself. And it is happening again. The world has a fever called climate change. We are all suffering. But the science and statistics tell us that Africa is where the fever is at its most intense, where people are at their most vulnerable. Africans make up nearly a fifth of the world's population, yet they contribute almost nothing to global warming. Africa is responsible for less than 3% of the world's total greenhouse gas emissions. Out of the world's 10 countries most vulnerable to climate change, 9 of them are in African continent. We have a moral duty to nurse the planet back to health, but we also have the common sense to know that unless we heal the patient, we will all suffer the consequences. We will all live or we will all die if we don't take action now. It's not all gloom. The good news is that we have a start. We have a roadmap. Let me take you back to January 2021, last year, where this begins. It starts with the launch of the African Adaptation Acceleration Program. We call it the AAA for short. A few months later, GCA and African Development Bank with the African Union and the Africa Adaptation Initiative convened the largest meeting ever of African and global leaders on climate change, and the AAA was endorsed by all of them, yourselves. From there, we moved to Glasgow for COP26. I see Alok Sharma in the room. And Alok, you deserve a round of applause because it was in Glasgow. Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister Alok. We've been speaking many times in the past few months. He deserves a round of applause because it was in Glasgow that the world agreed to deliver on the Paris Agreement by committing to doubling adaptation financing. This firm commitment now sees to turn into urgent action. The AAA is Africa's plan for how to respond to the climate crisis by mobilizing $25 billion for adaptation in the areas of food security, resilient infrastructure, climate finance, and youth employment. The AAA is working through two mechanisms. It has the upstream financing facility, which GCA hosts, which is mobilizing $255 million over 5 years to help African countries access the best knowledge, science, and solutions. And the second mechanism is a climate window, which is part of the African Development Bank under the leadership of President Adesina. Since Glasgow, we are moving into higher gears. We at GCA are working together with our partners, with the AFDB, the World Bank, the European Investment Bank, with African institutions, with governments and civil society, with the private sector, and with the youth constituencies. We have, under the impressive leadership of CEO Patrick Verkooyen, already influenced $3 billion of investments through the upstream financing facility. $1 invested in the facility leads to $100, 100 times influenced to bring the best adaptation solutions to Africa. But the upstream financing facility can do so much more. Its potential is huge. With this leverage ratio of 1 to 100, this is truly a winning investment. And it is for this reason that I am calling upon all our development partners to engage with us and to contribute and to deliver on the Glasgow Pledge to double adaptation finance. I have visited recently Ukraine, August 16. I have seen for myself the terrible cost this senseless war is inflicting, not just in Ukraine, but around the world. The people of Ukraine are suffering, and the shock waves are causing pain across Europe and further afield, particularly including Africa. It is Africa that is bearing the brunt of the pain with the triple crisis of fuel, finance, and fertilizer. If all goes to proof, if proof were needed, how interconnected the world today is. We cannot address the crisis in Ukraine in isolation. We cannot forget about Africa. That is why this is the time to invest in adaptation for Africa. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Let us work to make this world, particularly African continent, sustainable for succeeding generations. Thank you very much for your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, for your very bold statement, but also particularly for your very bold action in real time, indeed. Before I introduce the next co-convener, I also want to recognize and acknowledge Prime Minister Jan-Peter Balkenende, and the former Prime Minister in the Netherlands, who also is part of the board of the GCA. Thank you so much, Prime Minister, for joining us today. Now, let me introduce the next speaker. Today, there will be issues which you will have. You may not speak long enough, or there are issues, and protocol doesn't work. All the mistakes, that's me. But all the good things which are happening with GCA today, yesterday, and tomorrow is actually because of one person who is not only a good friend, he's also my mentor for many, many years. And he is, alongside Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, the co-chair of the board of the Global Center on Adaptation. He is also a man of action, representing the business community. Feike Siebesma, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, I take all the compliments up front, so appreciate it, Patrick. Excellencies, colleagues and friends, appreciate it. And as co-chair, like Patrick said, of the board of GCA, together with Secretary General Ban, and also as co-founder and co-chair of the 125 Global Climate Business Leaders of the WEF, I would like to thank you for being here today at this wonderful floating headquarters, a kind of ark that adapts on the rising waters around us, thanks to Mayor Abu Taleb of Rotterdam. Thank you very much for being able to be here. This is an important moment of adaptation to the climate agenda. We are 2 months away from COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, and I'm happy that Mahmoud is here, and I'm happy that Alok is here. The world is working hard on implementation of the Paris Treaty, but we must unfortunately concluding that at this stage we are not yet on track to prevent and reduce CO2 emissions in order to keep global warming beneath the 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2030. Mitigation is, of course, an imperative if we want to have a future, but we cannot escape from the fact that climate change is already there right now. Here in Europe, we have faced a summer wake-up call, devastating heat records, wildfires raging across Spain, Portugal, France, trade disrupted by record low waters in the River Rhine, etc. That's caused by the glacier melt in Switzerland. So since we are unsuccessful in previous decades in reducing the emissions, climate change is now making its presence, and it is felt more and more around the globe. It brings almost the story of the frog in the boiled water and not noticing during that period what is happening. Climate change uses to be something of the future, but like I said, it is something today. And sadly, the countries that are most vulnerable to climate change have done the least to cause it. So in Africa, and the vanguard of vulnerability, and that is why adaptation to climate events are so important and are overwhelming even. Also communities in Africa and other areas, it is so important to address. GCA is fully engaged with governments, with international organizations like WTO, like IMF, like the World Bank, UN, also present here. But we acknowledge that nearly 80% of the trillions that will be needed for adaptation has to come from the private sector, with whom we need to engage much more, with whom is hardly present here today and at the climate agenda. And I speak as someone who is head and heart from the private sector. And I can tell you the private sector is behind its step up on climate adaptation. The private sector is sometimes too slow with mitigation and reduction of emissions, but are working on it, but is quite unaware about the adaptation actions and what need to be done and what they can do in their own supply chains, as well as contributing to the global agenda via their technologies and solutions. GCA, under Patrick's leadership, will step up its efforts to engage and also involve the private sector. The benefits of this are mutual. The private sector can gain from this enormously, and it can contribute to many countries in the world. The private sector companies that are dependent, to give you an example, on agricultural input streams, have a risk, have a vulnerability, and need to become resilient. And I'm thinking about not only the food industry, but also chemistry, pharmaceuticals, others, who need to identify the risk they have in their own supply chains and their own sustainability, their own resilience to climate change. If they don't adapt, they can suffer a lot of losses. But also companies not only in the supply chains, but are in areas located with their locations and sites where water rising, droughts or flooding can jeopardize their operations. So we need to address this. But there's a second reason why the private sector should be involved in this. And that is simply due to the fact that their money, that their solutions, that their technology, that their innovations, that even their business can help countries and societies to become more resilient. And for those two reasons, I believe the private sector should step up. Our aim is to integrate the private sector much more as an actor, and I hope that the governments are also here present, especially from Africa, but also European countries. I hope that they can help me in engaging the private sector. This is a collective effort, all sectors, and we need to step up. Without much higher determination, it's inevitable that the world will be witness to far bigger waves of immigration. And that is a third reason why we need to step up on this whole climate adaptation to make countries much more resilient compared with today. That's a self-interest of Europe, clearly. That's a self-interest of other areas in the world also. And therefore, to conclude, we need the support of all of you. And I'm very glad and even proud that all of you are here. GCA is helping to set the agenda, to do the advocacy, that people know what adaptation is and why it's needed right now. Secondly, we do the research and develop solutions which can be implemented and spread around the world. And thirdly, we are also supporting, facilitating, coordinating sometimes the implementation of those solutions, for example, together with Hakim Adesina in the AAAP program. And we do that in the 6 chosen areas: in food, in water, infrastructure, cities, taking care of the finance of it, and involve the next generation youth involvement. With that, we can make GCA's activities contributing to a better world, a more resilient world, a more sustainable world. So let's get on with it, and I look forward to collaborate and to work with all of you, together with my co-chair, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, and of course with our leader of all these operations, Patrick Verkooyen. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Feike, for your strong words. Before we come to our African heads of state imminently, and before we come to people who are still online, we also have the President of Ethiopia online joining us really soon. We're of course very keen to hear her views. I want to introduce a man who, let me tell you a fun fact, a man who does not sleep, a man who treats the climate emergency as the emergency it is. Whether it's 4 a.m. in the morning or 7 p.m. or a Saturday or a Sunday, it doesn't matter. You will receive the phone call for to do something for Africa, with Africa. President Adesina.
Thank you. Thank you very much, my dear brother Patrick Verkooyen. If you say I don't sleep, I don't know what you do. I think you have incredible renewable energy. Secretary General Ban Ki-moon says you can call at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, so you keep us all awake. Thank you for all you do. Your Excellency, former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, thank you, Chair of the Global Center on Adaptation, my dear brother Feike. Your Excellencies, President Macky Sall, Chairman of the African Union and President of Senegal, Your Excellency President Nana Akufo-Addo, President, Your Excellency President Felix Tshisekedi, my dear sister, United Nations Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohamed, Chairman, Chairperson Musa Faki of the African Union Commission, my dear sister Ngozi, DG of WTO, my sister Kristalina Georgieva of the MD of the IMF, development finance ministers all around here, from Europe, from Africa, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I wish to thank you very much for honoring the invitation from former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, myself, President Macky Sall, and also from Patrick, and of course, for all of you to be here today. I wish to thank you, Ahmed Abu Taleb, the Mayor of Rotterdam, for your great hospitality, for having us here. You are all here because you are friends of Africa. Africa is facing three major challenges, which are called the three C's: COVID, climate, and conflict. The solution to the three C's is the same. Three F's: finance, finance, and finance. Africa was still dealing with the financing recovery from COVID when conflict broke out as Russia invaded Ukraine, triggering soaring food prices and inflation. To forestall potential food crisis in Africa from Russia's war in Ukraine, the African Development Bank announced on May 29th a $1.5 billion Africa Emergency Food Production Facility. The facility, to support 20 million farmers, will provide access to climate-resilient seeds for maize, for wheat, for rice and soybeans, and support the production of 38 million metric tons of food valued at $12 billion. The approvals on the facility have been incredibly fast. Within 60 days, the bank has approved $1.13 billion for operations in 24 countries, and we expect to reach 35 countries at the end of this month. Your Excellencies, Africa now needs a lot of financing to tackle climate change, as you have heard. The continent is warming up faster than any region of the world, as predictions from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change show that the critical global warming levels will be reached much earlier in Africa. The effects will be devastating: loss of crops, decimation of livestock populations and livelihoods of pastoralists, while child wasting will increase by 37% in West Africa and 25% in East Africa. A 1-degree increase in temperature is also going to be associated with 11% greater risk of conflict in Africa, as it triggers weather-related disasters and conflicts, with already 4.3 million Africans already displaced due to climate change. According to the estimates of the African Development Bank, GDP losses per capita could rise as high as 16 to 64% under the high warming scenario. In the face of this deluge, Africa does not have the resources to tackle climate change. The continent receives only 3% of global climate financing, and if this trend continues, Africa's climate financing gap will reach $100 billion to $127 billion per year through 2030. The current financing of climate in the world is not meeting the needs of Africa. New estimates from the African Development Bank in our African Economic Outlook actually shows that Africa will need between $1.3 to $1.6 trillion between 2020 and 2030, and that comes down to roughly $118 billion to $145 billion annually to implement its commitments to the Paris Agreement and also the nationally determined contributions. The African Adaptation Acceleration Program, AAAP, is Africa's own program, supported by African heads of state, to mobilize more resources for climate change and to advance the objectives of the African Adaptation Initiative. The African Development Bank and the Global Center for Adaptation, we are mobilizing $25 billion for this program, which is the largest ever climate adaptation effort globally, for which the African Development Bank has already committed $12.5 billion. The AAAP has an upstream facility, as you have heard, at the GCA, and a downstream facility at the African Development Bank. The upstream facility, which needs capitalization of $250 million, will help to mainstream solutions on climate adaptation. The downstream facility at the bank, to be capitalized at $1.75 billion, will help to leverage additional climate finance for adaptation by a factor of 4 times to deliver $7 billion of additional adaptation finance. The GCA and the African Development Bank are already showing very good results on the AAAP. In fact, the AAAP's upstream facility at the GCA with Patrick and their team has already helped to generate $3 billion of mainstreamed climate adaptation investments by the African Development Bank, from agriculture to energy to transport to water and sanitation. I wish to thank you very much, Alok, and also Vijay from the UK for your delivery on your promise of £20 million for the upstream facility at the GCA, which has already been fully disbursed. We now need full financing of the balance of $12.5 billion for the AAAP. Your Excellencies, the African Development Fund's 16th replenishment now presents such a wonderful opportunity we must not miss. Never have the stakes been so high for Africa's low-income and fragile states that depend on the ADF. 9 out of the 10 countries most vulnerable to climate change in the world are in sub-Saharan Africa, and all of them, 100%, are all ADF countries. Yet the ADF countries do not have access to global finance on climate. To change this, the ADF has introduced what we call the Climate Action Window. This window is hoping to mobilize between $4 billion to $13 billion for climate adaptation for these ADF highly vulnerable countries. What will it do? It will be used to support 20 million farmers with access to climate-resilient agricultural technologies. Another 20 million farmers to get access, including pastoralists, to weather-indexed crop insurance, reviving 1 million hectares of degraded land and providing access for about 9.65 million people in terms of renewable energy. That's the scale of action that we are going to be forcing and driving. Commitments made by developed countries to provide $100 billion annually in climate finance for developing countries are long overdue. Your Excellencies, Africa can no longer wait. This is the time to support the African Adaptation Acceleration Program with the money that it needs. This is the time to support as well the African Development Fund's 16th replenishment. This is the time to support the climate action window of the ADF 16th replenishment. Your Excellencies, present here today are action shapers, from heads of state and government to the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, the African Union Commission's chairperson, the Vice President of the European Union Commission, development ministers to heads of global financial institutions, from the head of IMF, the head of WTO, bilateral agencies, multilateral development banks, and many more. If there was ever a group that can shape success and deliver climate adaptation for Africa, it is the leaders in this room today. You are the doers, and that's why you are here. So let's rise and deliver for Africa. Let's secure our common future. Let's put up the resources for climate adaptation in Africa. The past got us to where we are now. Now let us create a new path, a new future, our common future, where every African can thrive in a climate-secure world. We are grateful once again for coming. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, President Adesina, not only for your inspiring words, but particularly for your action on the ground, on the continent, indeed. So let us now turn to the heads of state, to the heads of government from Africa, being here in the Netherlands, being here in Rotterdam. And I have an extraordinary honor to introduce a person who is not only the head of state, but is also chairing the African continent for the year, who is a man who is extremely bold and very executive. And I'm sure, President Macky Sall, you have very clear expectations as well from this meeting. We're all very keen to hear it. President Macky Sall, thank you so much again.
Thank you very much, Professor Patrick Verkogen. Chers collègues, Monsieur le Président Nana Akufo-Addo, Président de la République du Ghana, chers collègues.
Presidents, dear President Felix Tshisekedi, dear President Ali Bongo, ladies and gentlemen, I am the dear President of the African Union Commission, Madam Director of the IMF, President of the African Development Bank, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, dear friends. I thank the Global Center for Adaptation, and especially I congratulate the dynamic CEO, the Professor Patrick Verkooyen, who is, and I also thank Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, who is very committed on the cause of adaptation, as well as Mr. Faker Sabersma, who presented this summit. So thank you very much for having contributed to organizing this meeting on the financing of adaptation in Africa. This is 2 months from the COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. I wish to greet the leaders of the multilateral institutions who are here present, the multilateral development banks and the European Investment Bank. I also like to greet all the leaders present here in this room, but I cannot help but note with some bitterness the absence of leaders from the industrial world. I think if we made the effort to leave Africa to come to Rotterdam, it would be easier for the Europeans and others to be here, because they are the main polluters on this planet, and they are the ones who should be financing adaptation. If they are absent in this room, as we can see, if the private sector is also absent and is one of the main polluters, this gives us an incomplete taste in our mouths. I have to say this honestly, I am a bit disappointed. Africa is a continent that is vulnerable to climate change, and we are behind on our processes of adaptation. Africa benefits from very little financing and investment for adaptation, despite dedicated mechanisms being in place. However, even if though Africa pollutes the least, it is the most vulnerable to the effects of climate change. We are fully engaged in resilience and the preservation of our ecosystems and our natural habitats, which offers humanity so much. So more than a decade ago, well before the Paris Climate Agreement, we have been developing major projects, notably that of the Great Green Wall, which unites 11 African countries in the Sahel region. I will remind you that this Great Green Wall project has an priority investment plan for over 10 years, from 2021 to 2030, of $18 billion, which aims to support local reforestation initiatives, land reclamation, and agriculture and pastoral activities that can generate revenue. So, in terms of those efforts, we aim to protect 500 million hectares of forest and 500,000 hectares of plantations, and reduce the vulnerable areas, the areas that are vulnerable to wildfires, by 90%. Senegal is also amongst the pioneers of the implementation of the Green Wall, and we paid a voluntary contribution of over $800 million to the Pan-African Organization for the Great Green Wall, apart from its statutory commitments. It is just a way for us to show the high priority we give to this continental initiative, which is built on a vision that is both ecological, climate-centered, and humanistic, centered on people. The Great Green Wall project aims to act as a lever in the fight against desertification. All of these efforts have enabled us to make the Great Green Wall project more visible, and have raised commitments of $20 million, which we are still waiting to see. What will make the difference is the real mobilization of these resources in support of concrete projects on the ground closest to the vulnerable populations. The financial commitments from the Paris Agreement on Climate and the various announcements, numerous announcements towards climate and economic resilience, and are a bit late already. What about the $100 billion per year for developing countries? This is a commitment that should have been in place since 2020. This commitment is not a favor to developing countries. I have to remind you of this. This is about implementing the principle, the agreed principle of joint but differentiated responsibility as part of the common efforts of all countries to save our planet Earth, our common habitat. This reflects a just and equitable solution. When the countries of Africa are asked to renounce on polluting development to deal with the current state of emergency on the planet, it is only fair that, as a counterpart, the cost of adaptation to this should be shared equitably also. This is the essence of our advocacy, notably a financial commitment of $100 billion per year from 2020 to 2030, the affectation to Africa of a part of the green bonds and other innovating investment mechanisms, and simplifying access to climate funding and making that access more transparent as well as our aim to collect $25 million from here to $20 billion from here to 2025. We also expect from the AAAP program, we expect diligent support in terms of expertise for access for the eligible projects for green initiatives. And I know the GCA is working on this. This is how the program will concretely respond to the goals it has been given through its 4 pillars, which I'll remind you are digital technology, smart digital technology for agriculture and food safety, resilient infrastructures, empowering young people, and innovating financial initiatives. Another priority for us is about resilient agriculture. Last May, the African Development Bank's initiative, we launched an emergency plan of $1.25 billion for agriculture, with the aim of producing an extra 37.6 million tons of cereal. I salute President Adesina. The bank has already approved, over the course of 2 months, $1.13 billion for 36 African countries. So the current agricultural campaign has been supported fully. I would thank the diligence of the bank in its time of emergency for their rapid response. Africa is determined to go beyond the contextual actions, the immediate actions, for a adapted for agricultural transformation that is adapted to climate change and will help create employment. To do this, we need to develop the resilient agriculture water nexus. So what we need to look at is energy, green energy, water, fertilizer, seeds, and the post-harvest equipment, including the chain or the storage chain for the conservation of products. We have very high rates of post-harvest losses in Africa. I have to remind you of this. Together with the African Development Bank, Senegal is having a conference next month in Dakar called Feed Africa to talk concretely about these agricultural subjects. I will end with this point, which is very important for us, which is the funding of a fair and equitable energy transition. I will not go back on what the International Energy Agency said about the use of African gas over 30 years. Using that, we'd only be responsible for 3.5% of CO2 emissions. So we are very far from where we are. So what would be equitable is for Africa to continue its adaptation efforts if it receives a financing, but as a part of a strategy for a diversified energy mix, a mix which would allow us to have a base load like in other countries. We need a basic energy that helps us to support our economies. We cannot leave Africa to have only renewable energies. No country has managed to develop with only renewable energies. We need to accept to support us to have an energy mix that enables us to have a base load that permits us to have cheap and competitive energy. And of course, we need as much renewable energy as possible within this mix, and we are working on this at the moment. My country now has 31% of energy that is renewable. Now, if we were able to use fossil fuels, we could reduce the costs for our energies. We already have a project of 1,000 villages to be powered by renewable energy, financed by the African Development Bank. The financing is going to come through soon. So with our natural resources, our natural energy resources, we have a huge potential for green hydrogen as well, with no CO2 emissions, in order to meet our own energy needs and respond to the world's needs to help to contribute to carbon neutrality. So what I'm saying, I will stop here. We have less than 10 years to meet our 2030 commitments on climate action and sustainable development. It is urgent to confront our joint obligations of climate justice and social equity and fairness. Let us unite to meet the global challenges that transcend borders and have an impact on life on Earth. This is in the interest of all of us, all of our countries, because it is not just Africa's fate that is at stake, but also the future of the planet and the destiny of humanity. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, also for reminding us that the adaptation agenda is a people-centered agenda, for reminding us and inspiring us that this is a growth agenda, a jobs agenda, a development agenda, but also being very explicit, which is the right thing to do, that we are still climbing the mountain and that we have to work also with those who are not in a room today. So let's commit to that we will do so in the run-up to Sharm el-Sheikh indeed. I also would like to acknowledge that the President of Ethiopia is indeed online, and we'll come to you, Madam, very, very soon. But again, President Macky Sall,
thank you very much for your leadership on the continent. Let us now turn to another African leader who not only represents his own country, but in fact represents 55 of the most vulnerable nations in the world as chair of the Climate Vulnerable Forum. President Akufo-Addo, you have the floor, sir.
Co-chairs, Your Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, I thank the conveners of this summit, the Global Center on Adaptation, GCA, the African Development Bank, the former Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, and His Excellency, Monsieur Macky Sall, President of the Republic of Senegal and current Chair of the African Union, for the invitation to participate in this event. I would like, for my part, to associate myself also wholly with the sentiments of President Macky Sall about the failure of certain vested interests to be present here with us at this meeting. This is a critical moment for the African continent in the lead-up to the African Conference of the Parties, which we're also calling for very good reasons, the implementation COP. Excellencies, we're aware of the current geopolitical circumstances. Food and energy security are at risk across the world. Inflation is rapidly rising, and the climate change threatens the progress we have made, especially in Africa. COVID-19, which resulted in sub-Saharan's first recession in some 25 years, is still hurting Africa. Some 26 million people fell into extreme poverty, and 30 million jobs were lost due to the repercussions of the pandemic in Africa. My country, Ghana, is attempting to use her own fiscal resources to address these risks. The same is true for other African countries. However, the growing food and fuel crises are limiting severely our fiscal space to respond effectively as the cost of borrowing goes up prohibitively and access to the capital market tightens dramatically. Africa contributes the least to the climate emergency, responsible for less than 4% of global emissions. Yet we are facing increasing and more intense climate-related extreme events. We are indeed at a crossroads. If we want our continent to thrive, we have to adapt to climate change. And to achieve this, adaptation financing needs to start flowing at scale. Climate action must not become another casualty of the complex geopolitical era that we are experiencing. Last year's COP26 in Glasgow was a great moment of hope, with its pledge to double global climate adaptation finance by 2025. With the implementation COP ahead of us in just a few weeks in Sharm el-Sheikh, in the Arab Republic of Egypt, now is the moment of truth. It is time to turn words into deeds and ambition into action. With the world in flames and under floodwaters, the eyes of people everywhere will be on the decision makers at COP27. They have to deliver if they are to escape the censure of history. Excellencies, I want to thank Professor Patrick Vercoyen, CEO of the GCA, for his tireless leadership in mobilizing the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program, AAAP, together with Dr. Adesina, the dynamic president of the African Development Bank. The AAAP, with its laser focus on food security, resilient infrastructure, climate finance, and youth employment, is Africa's solution to the multiple crises we face. The program intends to mobilize some $25 billion over 5 years to scale up and accelerate adaptation action. The African Development Bank has, in a truly laudable gesture, committed to providing half of the amount. This is evidence that Africa has the leadership and determination to engage in solutions to her own problems. But Africa needs its friends from across the world also to scale up their support for concrete adaptation solutions delivered through the AAAP. We expect these friends to manifest their solidarity and friendship by delivering the other half, just as we believe the time is long overdue for the developed countries to make good on their annual $100 billion pledge for climate adaptation. As chair of the Climate Vulnerable Forum, Ghana will also push COP27 to deliver on the commitment to doubling adaptation finance alongside other priorities. Financing climate adaptation makes economic sense. It is much more cost-effective than paying the bills every time they're due for increasingly frequent and severe climate shocks and disasters. As a middle-income country, Ghana stands to lose out of the effects of more acute and frequent climate hazards. Thankfully, through the AAAP, we're making progress in addressing the climate emergency. The Ghana Roadmap for Climate Resilient Infrastructure, which was launched earlier this year, provides an investment blueprint for adaptation in Ghana, highlighting in stark terms the cost of inaction. By 2050, climate impacts could lead to some $4 billion in damages to the transport sector. As a consequence, 80% of women and girls could lose access to health care. With AAAP support, the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund will access the Green Climate Fund to finance adaptation interventions to mitigate these risks for a safer, more prosperous future. We expect these initiatives to deliver tangible progress towards Ghana's adaptation and development objectives. By laying the foundation now, we bestow to future generations stronger, safer, and healthier communities. Young people have done the least to cause climate change, and yet will suffer its impact the most. Across Africa, the continent with the world's youngest population, we must scale up the solutions that deliver green jobs and resilient livelihoods. It is for them and future generations that we must all come together and use this summit as a turning point to create a more prosperous, greener, and fairer world. We cannot fail in this endeavor, as success is the greatest inheritance that we can leave for the current and future generations. Africa must close the adaptation financing gap. We cannot wait. I look forward to the swift implementation of the AAAP. The fate of our continent and of our common humanity on this planet depends on it. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, President Akufo-Addo, also reminding us indeed that conflict, COVID, and climate needs to be addressed together in an integrated manner. And also, again, congratulations for your role as chair of the Climate Vulnerable Forum. We as GC are very honored to be the managing partner and secretariat to this important body indeed. Let's turn to a man who reminded us just before Glasgow that Africa was tired of waiting. Who reminded us just before Glasgow that there is the plan, there is the commitment, but now we need action. President Tshisekedi, you have the floor, sir.
Merci, cher Patrick.
Dear Patrick, thank you, Your Excellencies, Mr. Macky Sall, President of the Senegal and Chairperson of the African Union, Your Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, Madam Vice General Secretary of the United Nations, Mr. President of the African Union Commission, Madam CEO of the Global Commerce Trade Organization and also of the IMF, Mr. President of the African Development Bank, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, Honorary Secretary General of the United Nations and co-chair of the GCA, and Mr. President of COP26, and Mr. Executive Director of the GCA, dear Patrick. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to pay homage of the qualities of these distinguished guests. I am pleased to be part of this important forum which theme is dedicated to Africa. It is my turn to also deplore the absence of leaders of industrialized nations, as well as of representatives of the private sector, who, as we know, are the biggest polluters and who would have had immediate answers to our questions today. Nevertheless, I am convinced that they will hear about the importance of this event, and I would like to thank the organizers to have invited me and enabled me to share my comments, and also to be the voice and show you the experience of the Republic of Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, which is a country which offers solution faced with the challenge of climate change. We all know how the climate change means effort, needs huge effort on the African continent. As you know, last year I was the president of the chair of the African Union after passing the baton to my dear brother, President Macky Sall from the Senegal Republic. And this mandate enabled me to really truly assess the negative impact of climate change, such as they happened not just in my own country, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, but also I was able to see myself the huge issues caused by climatic change in other areas of the African continent. Therefore, there is a sentiment, a feeling of unfairness felt by the African people. Indeed, the African continent is the continent which has the least impact on climate change, which has caused the least impact, but paradoxically is the victim of most of the consequences of these catastrophes. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2015, aware of the increased impact of climatic change on Africa, African countries launched the Africa Adaptation Program to mitigate these problems. 7 years later, the effect of the implementation of this initiative, we are still waiting for them. The promised funds have not been given. Partner governments had said we would be given $100 billion before 2020. These funds, this financing, should have supported the effort of the least developed country, but this commitment was not respected, was not met. In the meantime, the impact that should have happened before 2020 increased in a spectacular fashion. Extreme climatic shock have gained in intensity and frequency. Their impact has even gone beyond the climate fund flux. Ladies and gentlemen, it would seem to us that this commitment to send us this $100 billion, it seems like the commitment is well below what would be necessary. To be precise with figures, we estimate that Africa would need about $36 billion per year to be able to confront the climatic change. We only get $6 billion per year. Africa feels hard done by, not just because of climatic change, but also by the lack of climatic funds allocated. To give you an idea what this represents, remember that during the first few months of the pandemic, of COVID-19, about $11 billion were raised throughout the world. And we were already fighting against the impact of climatic change at the time. COVID-19, and meaning when you look at the way the prices have risen dramatically regarding fuel and food. So therefore, sub-Saharan Africa now knows its first recession in 25 years. It stopped the thrust of our continent towards economic development. As president of as chair of the African Union, I had led the establishment of a plan to relaunch African economy. We had to confront, to face these two crises at the same time. I was therefore happy that the GCA and AAAP created this acceleration program, which is in line to ensure we can have a green economic recovery. This program is unique because its aim is to mobilize about $25 billion by 2025 from all the sources. These funds will be used to intensify and accelerate the action for adaptation against climatic change on the African continent. The Development Bank has committed to provide half of this. When we met in Glasgow during COP26, the decision was taken that developed countries would double their financial contribution for adaptation to climate change by 2025. We need to be sure that these funds will be available, and will contribute to finance what's already working for us in Africa. The Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program works really well on our continent, and we really would like to congratulate the African Development Bank as well as the GCA to have set up this new program, which has a promising potential for the African continent. I would invite the donors to ensure that the funding is really given to keep this initiative going. And the moment is now. I am very satisfied to see that the African Development Bank is at the front line to ensure that African countries with low revenue get the necessary resources to adapt to climatic change. And it is clearly demonstrated that Africa is the most vulnerable continent to climatic change. Therefore, the climate action window of the African Development Fund is a good thing for Africa. Our call to the whole of the donors on the African continent to give substantial contribution to ensure that we have an integral financing of this climate action window. Adaptation is essential, crucial to create a prosperous future. Therefore, the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program is the one we should all support. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, we made substantial efforts to preserve our forests. Not only is it a way of subsistence for populations, for our people, but also it contributes to absorb our low emissions as well as global emissions, what that has to be said. Our forests, therefore, play a crucial role to reinforce, strengthen our resilience to climate change. And with all the natural resources we have and our rich biodiversity, the Democratic Republic of the Congo has for ambition to be a world leader, to find solutions based on nature, green solutions, to strengthen its resilience, reinforce its resilience. However, we do not have the financial resources that would enable us to have a real beneficial contribution for the fight against climate change, to ensure we can mitigate it and also adapt. I therefore invite our development partner to support this Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program to ensure we will reach the aims that we've given ourselves. Through this AAAP program, we can contribute in a significant manner, substantial manner, to the adaptation global adaptation objective. And if we have these substantial financial resources, launching this AAAP program, it needs 250,000 million document as an upstream dollars, as an upstream financial facility. This will enable and accelerate the adaptation to climatic change in Africa. The upstream financing facility is in line with the 16th reconstitutions, which is ongoing, of 16th version of the African version, and the climatic window, to ensure that these investments are there upstream and will strengthen the resilience in Africa and will ensure the implementation, its implementation. I congratulate the GCA to have monitored and ensured that this is you support the regional, proper, correct regional implementation for sustainability as well as the International Monetary Fund. This contributes, that means that we can learn from the multi-stakeholder experience. We need all the resources we can get to fight against climatic change. And Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, my country is happy to welcome next month the discussions before COP27. And I am impatient. I so much look forward to renew our partnerships and also to implement the commitments which will be for COP27, which will be in Africa, on African land. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Tshisekedi also reminding us that money is there in the global system, but it has to flow to Africa. It has to flow on adaptation. Let us now turn to virtually. We're going to go now to Africa. President of Ethiopia, President Chedi, is waiting for us. Let's see whether the connection works. Madam President, please, you have the floor, madam.
Thank you very much. Excellences, Monsieur le Président Macky Sall, Président en exercice de l'Union africaine, Excellencies, President Nana Akufo-Addo from Ghana and President Tshisekedi of the DRC, my dear sisters and brothers present in the room, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank you for arranging the possibility to join you virtually at this Africa Adaptation Summit. And I would like to thank former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, the President of the African Development Bank, Akinwumi Adesina, and the CEO of Global Center of Adaptation, Professor Patrick Vercoen, for organizing this summit and for their unwavering commitment. The timing is especially critical as we all look forward to COP27 in Egypt, the Africa COP. If extreme weather catastrophes over the past weeks have not convinced us that climate change is happening, we are in a dangerous state of denial. Across the globe, countries have been confronted with extreme weather conditions, drought, flooding, wildfires, unprecedented heat of waves, increased desertification. It has been said by the previous speaker, and I will repeat it, Africa is suffering enormously from the devastating effects of climate change. This is serious in the whole of Africa due to the droughts in East Africa. In the past 2 years, we've been barely had rains. This has serious implications for food security, has decimated a lot of livestock, affecting the livelihoods and incomes of pastoralists and causing displacement of population as they search for water. To say that Africa, which suffers losses of 7 to 15 billion per year, which could rise to 50 billion per year by 2040, is clearly the most vulnerable region of the world, is not in any way an exaggeration. Amid this, there is some hope, and hope we need. In Ethiopia, we're witnessing a huge transformation in wheat production in irrigated perimeters due to access to farmers to wheat-tolerant wheat varieties with the support of the African Development Bank. The bank's technologies for African agricultural transformation has been providing Ethiopian farmers with those seeds. The cultivated area under these heat-tolerant wheat varieties increased from 5,000 hectares in 2019 to reach 655 hectares now. This will definitely allow Ethiopia to be self-sufficient in wheat production. We have not imported wheat this year, and the plan is to become, of course, a net exporter of wheat. The Green Legacy Initiative in Ethiopia, by promoting green culture, aims to significantly decarbonize the economy of the country while improving livelihoods and socioeconomic development of citizens. Over 20 million citizens are involved in regreening Ethiopia every year. This initiative has motivated the establishment of several thousands of nurseries that are able to raise billions of seedlings every year. The lesson is clear. We must do all to scale up access of farmers in Africa to climate-resilient agricultural technologies. I wish to commend the Global Center on Adaptation and the African Development Bank for their bold action plan, the African Adaptation Acceleration Program, which has set a goal of mobilizing $25 billion for climate adaptation in Africa. We should all support this effort. I wish the presidential dialogue between African heads of states and government and other global leaders had taken place in order to accelerate progress in mobilizing support and resources for the AAAP. I join leaders who have spoken before me in deploring their absence. And in fact, to be a bit bold, sometimes we should not appear to be talking to each other while those who should be with us are not present. This program is a game changer for Africa, the AAAP on climate adaptation. I call on all the development partners to fund this program. By doing so, we will assure that Africa can build climate resilience. We call for a substantive 16th replenishment of the African Development Fund, and especially to boost its capacity to deliver climate actions at scale through its climate action window. We need ADF to climate-proof Africa. Let's make the slogan, "Together we will build a more climate-resilient Africa," a reality. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Madam President, for a very bold statement indeed. And let's work together in the coming weeks and months ahead of us to drive this adaptation agenda forward indeed. The Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program was indeed conceptualized by many of you here around the table, but there was one person who was there from the beginning. There was one person who has coordinated all partners on the continent to come forward in a united way. It's a very important chairperson of a very important institution. He's also a member of the board of the Global Center on Adaptation. Chairperson, Moussa Faki, you have the floor, sir.
Excellences, Monsieur Macky Sall, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Monsieur Ban Ki-moon, ancien secrétaire général des Nations Unies et président du Global Center on Adaptation, Professeur Patrick Verkogen, CEO du Global Center on Adaptation, Dr Akin Adesina, président de la Banque africaine de développement, Dr Ngouzi, directrice générale de l'OMC, Madame Christina Georgieva, directrice générale du FMI, Mesdames et Messieurs distingués participants. Je voudrais exprimer notre gratitude au Global Center on Adaptation et au gouvernement des pays.
I want to express our gratitude to the GCA for the invitation to participate in this important event. Thank you, dear Mayor of Rotterdam, Mr. Abu Talib, for having maintained a have welcomed us here. We have come to a moment of truth, a moment for action. Our planet is in danger. I will come back to President Macky Sall's observation on the regrettable absence of European leaders for this meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to make 4 clear and succinct remarks. The first relates to the statement that the best scientific evidence available shows us that Africa remains a marginal contributor to climate change. Africa is only responsible for 3% of global deterioration. We note that the continent took the option to contribute to the world solution through national efforts, through adaptation plans that are often supported by budgetary grants. I will remind you that Africa contributes 2.5 to 3% of its GDP to adaptation to climate change. Our third thing that we note is the incongruous part of the low part played by investments in Africa in adaptation to climate. There is a strong imbalance between Africa's responsibility and the volume of resources that it receives. This is where one of the most shocking injustices towards our continent resides. This is all the more striking when we know that Africa has given itself a solid judicial arsenal to play its part in adaptation to climate change. Beyond the stated political will, we have put in place a number of structures, including committees of heads of state and government on climate change. The Union African's action plan and strategy on climate change and resilient development, which is the continent's policy in terms of climate change. This strategy covers the full spectrum of adaptation and low-carbon development. To crown this effort, the African Union last July adopted the Joint African Position on access to energy and a fair transition. The second point I would like to raise concerns the lack of a rapid response to African requests. We have to say that we can't talk about reaching net zero when around 54% of the African population of about 1.3 billion people is still deprived of electricity. They don't even know electricity. While developed countries have helped themselves to fossil fuels before beginning to question this process and turning towards the energy transition. Africa has a strong gas resources. Is this African exceptionalism? We should start by keeping to the United Nations Convention on Climate Change with joint responsibility, joint but differentiated responsibility. If we do not act, climate change will have dramatic effects across our continent. We are already living through this. In the Sahel, in the Lake Chad Basin, in the Horn of Africa, El Niño effects on the east and the south of the continent show this. The third remark I would like to make is about financing. This is where it really hurts. The goal for climate financing in Africa is far from what was committed. And of those funds, only 21% are allocated for adaptation. Often large sums were announced, but they never materialized. Obviously, we congratulate the Glasgow COP for committing to double this sum by 2025. At the Sharm el-Sheikh COP27, we hope that these commitments will be met. In the current fiscal situation of most African countries, which are suffering disproportionately from the energy crisis, the food crisis, and the security crisis, and COVID, we need to think about lightening the sovereign debt. Such a reflection must be take into account all the different categories of our African economies. My fourth remark is about building international solidarity. While, as I said, Africa is suffering from for a double injustice and keeps on showing its commitment to building new climate multilateral initiatives, African countries have shown a strong sense of leadership and shown they were up to this task. We remain committed for collective world action based on our joint goal, which requires solidarity in our commitment to face our commitments in an equitable manner. So, Mr. Macky Sall, for example, I thank you.
So much, Chairman Moussa Faki, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, indeed, for your strong commitment to this agenda. Let us now turn to a person who is on the front line of mobilizing the international community behind this agenda for many, many years, who is a person of action, is a person of leadership and inspiration, Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Excellencies, our colleagues here, Your Excellency Macky Sall, the President of Senegal, Her Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, President of Ghana, Her Excellency President Felix Tshisekedi, our President of the DRC, but most especially my sister, the President Sahle-Work Zewde of Ethiopia. I would like also to recognize the co-chairs of the GCA, my former boss, Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, and my dear friend Faki, who has been long in the trenches with us, trying to bring the private sector along. Of course, my brother, the chair of the African Union Commission, who has also been with us, and to the energetic chief executive. I didn't know today you were a professor, but now we've added that accolade to you. Let me first start by warmly thanking our hosts for making available this incredible innovation, this sign of hope that this is what can happen when you bring science to the fore, and what we would expect will now be an example of what can happen anywhere in the world. This is an amazing structure that shows that if we have sea level rise, we can still survive working, right? I would like personally to thank the heads of state and government and our institutional leaders who are present here today. As an African citizen, I can tell you, and as an international leader, it's not because we don't have anything else to do back at home. This is an important meeting. The issues we are discussing today are an existential threat to every single one of us, the 8 billion on God's earth. And so it is important that we see you today. I want to also pay special tribute to those who helped energize me yesterday afternoon, the young people from the Adaptation Forum. They were quite amazing. Thank you very much for allowing me to gatecrash your event. I do also join in the regrets that key decision makers are not at this meeting. The number of people around this table, it is lopsided. a bird only flies on two wings. We need genuine partnerships, and they need to be at the table. So I hope those representing them will take those messages home, because we still have 4 important meetings before we get to COP. I would say with the response to COVID, as the Secretary General has said, the response to climate change and the response to the impacts of the war and the rest of the world in Ukraine, we've probably gone past the time we call for solidarity, because we have been calling for it for many years. We're also almost past the time of the promise to humankind while protecting our planet. And I would say what is now at risk is that you add another debt to Africa and SIDS, one of solidarity and one of the broken promises. Let me express my solidarity with the people of Pakistan, who are facing the latest of the worst catastrophes that we have seen from climate. But Excellencies, friends, ladies and gentlemen, 4 African presidents, the President of the African Development Bank, our Chair of the African Union Commission, have spoken on behalf of Africa. And I'm going to set aside my speech and just say 2-3 things, because I would only reiterate and amplify their calls. This is a table of doers. We've heard everything from the science, from the crises, from the transformations that we need, including that it is of no fault of Africa that we are in this position. And one wonders what would happen if the roles were reversed. Missing right in the conversations we're having right now is the urgency and scale for the investments that are needed by developed countries for the commitments to keep the 1.5-degree promise and to keep the Paris Agreement. Africa has provided a litany of things that are needed, pipelines of projects, evidence of ability to do these things on the continent, and money spent. It is calling for transitions in food systems, in energy, in the digital world that we all have a right to have today, and yet we are still behind. On our way to COP27, the Africa COP, the Implementation COP, the Adaptation COP, the Partnership COP, the COP that really should say to the rest of the world as we come to COP28 and the stocktake, we're back on track. We've recovered. It's 3 months away. Sadly, today, we're seeing ourselves walk back on our promises, because no matter what we do, that 1 + 1 is not making 2, it's making 6, it's making 7. There's different definitions of what progress means. And I'm one of those that believe in keeping hope alive, so I don't mind shifting what it is we're doing so it gives us a little bit more hope for tomorrow. But what is clear is the Glasgow Pact, which was negotiated very carefully by ALOC with a huge amount of dexterity, is at risk of failing, as is the 100 billion, which, by the way, is a handshake. It's not the money we need for climate action. It's a handshake of what it means to have a genuine partnership on issues that Africa has and the SIDS have had no part in playing. Adaptation funds down. The 130 trillion, which was taken to as a promise of Glasgow, of what could be available. The mitigation, we're seeing more emissions today than we ever had, and they're rising. Yet, even as we witness heat waves in Europe, in the Horn of Africa, Pakistan's latest catastrophe, I'm not sure what it is that will convince us to move the next pace forward. The plea, the clarion call, the ask, the challenge that in the UN General Assembly, in less than 10 days' time, in the annual meetings, in the G20 that's hanging by a thread as well, that we come with the tools that will unlock the resources we know are there, the financing that is needed by COP27. And we know it's possible. Why? Because the leadership of Kristalina Georgieva has proved it. She's brought to the table innovative mechanisms like the RST, with countries already applying for it, to fruition. By October, we'll be in business. It's possible because if we replenish the ADF, what already Akin has shown us can go to scale. It's possible because that 100 billion is almost there. So we need the signals that Glasgow meant something, that Paris is alive, that hope is alive, that 1.5 degrees is no longer hanging by a thread, that the evidence and the science, most importantly, the lives that have been lost, the livelihoods and the property that has been lost in Africa, really does demonstrate the reality for over 1 billion people in jeopardy. So let's use this moment for a reset for Africa and for the world and for our future generations. Thank you.
Extremely well said, Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, that for keeping hope alive, which is possible, that we do have to deliver on our promises indeed. So let's use this indeed as a reset moment. Well, you already referenced the person who is delivering at scale, who is leading the international finance architecture. Kristalina Georgieva. Kristalina, you have been with us for many, many years on this agenda, also in your previous jobs, when you were CEO of the World Bank, when you led this agenda. Now at the IMF, you put this front and center. You're demonstrating to all of us this can be done. What are your views, Kristalina?
Thank you. I want to start by expressing my deepest respect to the presidents that are here, to the chair of the African Commission, to my two sisters, Amina and Gozi, to my brother over there, the president of the African Development Bank, to a mentor of many of us, Secretary Ban Ki-moon, dear friend Feike, and everybody who is around this table. I recognize there is disappointment of who is not here, but let's rejoice of those who are here and what you do where you're leading the continent. Like Amina, I'm setting aside my prepared remarks. I want to reflect on what I heard from all of you and talk about three things. One, the context in which we meet. Second, the criticality to adopt the concept of resilience and for Africa to accelerate adaptation. And third, the role of my institution, the IMF, and how we partner with others. The context in which we meet. Last year we were here and we were hopeful that the COVID-induced economic crisis is behind us and that 2022 would be a prosperous year. Unfortunately, we were proven wrong. A crisis upon a crisis. We now are experiencing a cost of living crisis, a war in Europe, the invasion of Ukraine that has gotten an impact fast and far, and a climate crisis that this year, if anyone was still in the belief that somehow we will duck and it will pass over our heads, now we know it is dramatic and it is to be even more serious in the future. There are two lessons we draw from the context today. One, that we are living in a more shock-prone world, that we have to be mindful that we cannot anymore project the future, plan for it, and run our models, because unexpected events would disrupt this planning. And second, we learned that our global cooperation is more fragile, that the risk of fragmentation is serious. And at the time we need each other more than ever, it is harder to come together for collective action. And yet we must. So Amina's call on us to embrace that hope of humanity coming together in the most testing moments. This is what I do from my heart of heart indoors. We are also recognizing that these shocks have exhausted our people. People are tired of the pandemic, and now they're hit a second time with inflation. In many countries, the fiscal space is gone. When you look at the debt situation for 25% of emerging markets, that is no more sustainable. Just think of Sri Lanka and many countries that are in this position. Actually, we see a country, a strong economy with strong fundamentals like Ghana, in a situation in which it is harder to tap into markets because of these exogenous shocks. And for poor countries, it is over 60% that are in debt distress. So when I look at this picture, what is the conclusion? No more we can think of our economies as relatively simple mechanisms in which, as long as we have the banking sector and financial stability, they function. Remember, after the 2009 crisis, we did something very wise. We regulated the banking sector. It is now more resilient. But that concept of resilience has to expand to be a comprehensive one. We need resilient people that are educated, that are healthy, and have sound social protection under their feet. We need not just resilient economies, we need resilient societies in which people feel that they belong, that there is fairness, that there are jobs for them. And we need our resilient planet. My institution, the IMF, has a very important task: macroeconomic financial stability, growth, and employment. No more we can deliver on our mission unless we embrace this comprehensive concept of resilience. That we look at social protection, social spending in our countries and make sure it is protected. That we look at investment decisions and we are confident that they are resilient. We have, and what does it mean for us? And here I would say something proudly. My institution, the IMF, today is systemically significant institution in the fight against climate change. We integrate climate in our policy analysis and policy recommendations, in our financial sector assessments. We integrate it in our public investment management assessment. So, Akin, we advise on climate resilient agriculture in these assessments, and we now have an instrument to finance, to put money where our mouth is, the Resilience and Sustainability Trust. It is now at 40 billion strong. Our main mission is to use this money to support countries to unleash the potential for private finance. So my dream is this 40 billion to generate 400 billion in financing for adaptation and mitigation in our member countries. In countries that are high emitters, the focus is mitigation. And let's remember, the more we mitigate, the less we have to adapt. In climate vulnerable countries, the focus is on adaptation. And I'm so proud that we have 19 countries from Africa notionally thinking of tapping into this instrument, which is the first we have at the IMF with long maturity, 20 years, long grace, 10.5 years. And two of these African countries, Rwanda and Seychelles, there we have advanced. And President Tshisekedi, we are hoping to advance in DRC soon. President Macky Sall, Senegal shouldn't stay out of it. We will talk with, we have that capacity now to be a force for good on adaptation. Since it has been a rather kind of a tough meeting, I want to finish on the light side. And the light side is, I used to be director for environment at the World Bank, and at that time, my favorite anecdote was the following. Moses is called by God. God says, Moses, come here. Moses goes, and God says, I have two pieces of news for you. One is good, the other one is bad. Which one do you want first? Moses says, please give me the good news, God. God says, you will be able to raise your hand, split the sea, and take your people to safety. Moses says, oh, thank you, God. After this, there could not be bad news. God says, ha, 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 not so fast. The bad news is you will have to make an environmental impact assessment first. Why I'm finishing with this story? For far too long, we thought of care for the environment as bad news, as a burden. But we are here today saying, no, nature is our home. Nature is our friend. Caring for nature is really great news. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kristalina, on behalf of all of us, for delivering on your dream, in fact, delivering on our dream, and being such a force of good.
I'm sorry, I didn't say that. Of course, we endorse the AAAP, and we endorse the ability to have a project preparation. We will work very closely to make sure that what we do is aligned, that cooperating with others is a must if we are to succeed. Apologies for coming.
No apologies. I mean, and we are already working together in this realm indeed. But thank you so much, Kristalina, for inspiring us and delivering on the ground for Africa, with Africa, indeed. I'm also very grateful for the host government. I mean, Amina, you referenced the beautiful building, and we hear soon from the mayor himself. We have the vice minister from Development Cooperation here with us, Kitty van der Heijden there, who's a real leader on the climate adaptation finance agenda herself. But we also have here a minister who is driving infrastructure development here in the Netherlands, who can tell us what is possible, what is feasible, and what actually it makes economic sense to invest in this. Later this afternoon, we will have Prime Minister Rutte with us indeed. But now, please, Mark Harbers, the floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, friends, welcome to the Netherlands, a warm welcome to the Netherlands. And we're very honored to host this unique gathering of leaders focusing on the need to accelerate adaptation for Africa. It's great to see you here in this floating sustainable office, a fitting home for the Global Center on Adaptation. When climate changes causes water levels to rise, this office will simply rise too. Designed for the future, a small but significant example of adaptation. And let this place serve as inspiration today as we discuss climate adaptation in Africa. The United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change recognizes Africa as the most vulnerable region on the planet when it comes to climate change impact. Africa has only one choice, and that is to adapt to climate change. I admire Africa's strong and ambitious response, supported by the GCA through the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program. The challenge now is to put it into practice. Today's summit is an essential stepping stone towards an ambitious adaptation outcome for Africa at COP27 in Egypt later this year. Bearing in mind, as said by Ms. Georgieva, that representatives of other groups not present today have to get involved before COP27. As a delta country that is equally vulnerable to climate change, the Netherlands stand by your side. we share the urgency to accelerate adaptation action, here in the Netherlands as well, as a quarter of our country lies below sea level. 2/3 is vulnerable to flooding. And in these areas, we generate 70% of our GDP. For many decades and centuries, we fought to keep the water out. But today, we find ourselves struggling with a lack of water. Drought is a serious problem to which we desperately need to adapt. This summer, water levels in the Rhine dropped to their lowest ever, with serious consequences for shipping, nature, and water supply. So we too need expertise on retaining, storing, and distributing water, as well as getting rid of it as quickly as possible in some times. There's a lot of knowledge we can and want to share, but we also have a lot to learn. The Netherlands is strongly committed to promoting adaptation action, not only at home, in Europe and across the world, but certainly in Africa. Like in South Africa, where we're working on water management as part of the Blue Deal program. Or in Ghana, where we're helping to stress test the infrastructure. Or in Mozambique with the Partners for Water program. But we need far more action on a much larger scale to close the adaptation action gap for the most climate vulnerable around the world. The Global Center on Adaptation, co-hosted by the Netherlands, is a solutions broker for adaptation action. And we firmly believe that together with all the governments and agencies present today at political level, the GCA can turn the current ripple of action into a wave and ultimately a storm of action in order to meet adaptation needs. Water is a key element in every adaptation strategy. So I'm delighted that the Netherlands, together with Tajikistan, will co-chair the first UN Water Conference since 1977, which will take place in New York in March next year. But today, the focus is on Africa. Today, we can champion the global adaptation agenda on the road to COP27 in Egypt, the African COP. Together, we will fight to cope with climate change, nothing less than a fight for life. I wish you all an inspiring day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Minister, for your strong words. For those of you who realize, we're now here about 2 hours in this building. I'm sure you don't even have felt it, but we have risen with 1 meter, right? This is de facto a ship. We're up 1 meter, so what's now vital that this ambition goes up indeed similarly. And what a better person for kicking that particular conversation off than a friend of Africa. Madam Minister from Norway, you've been on this case for many, many years in different capacities. Madam Minister Tryffeline, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you for allowing me the floor. And dear friends, excellencies, thank you for convening us today for the existential threat that must be solved, and it must be solved on our watch. The commitments from African leaders present, from international organizations and other partners present today is striking. It gives me a little shred of hope. However, as we know, we are facing a perfect storm that is threatening to derail all our efforts. If there ever was a time to drastically raise food production in Africa, it is now. And I see small-scale producers, food producers, as the backbone of our food systems. And I believe in their ability to work the land, work the resources in a sustainable way, providing enough food for a growing population and for local and regional markets. And let me emphasize the role of women and girls in our efforts. They play a special role in that respect. Women are food producers, They are traders, consumers, decision makers, negotiators, and in many households, food insecurity and poverty prevail when the women are hurt. It must be mentioned also today. The world must stand by our commitments and scale up climate finance and our investments in food production and resilience. His Excellency President Macky Sall and many other distinguished colleagues have made that point rightly, the expectations to European actors to step up, and pointed out the fact that some of us are not present here today in this room. I assure you that Norway is committed. Norway will double our climate finance, and I emphasize that we will at least triple the support to adaptation by 2026. And we are delivering on our Glasgow commitments, and we call upon everyone to do the same. I believe that we need to use those scarce public resources to de-risk high-impact climate projects and crowd in private finance effectively. Finally, I'm looking forward to continuing our partnership with the GCA in the coming years. We value the partnership. We believe that the progress made so far is very good. And for Norway, GCA is a key partner in advancing the climate adaptation and food security agenda. And we welcome the cooperation with the African Development Bank on the AAAP. For us, the objectives of AAAP are fully in line with our priorities. And I believe that the AAAP is an important part of the solution to make the food systems more resilient and making the most vulnerable, the very most vulnerable there, better placed to cope with the next drought or the next flood or the next plague, while at the same time we can create jobs for new generations based on strengthening African value chains. And we must encourage all other partners to step up and join our efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. And also just to remind all of us, and I mean, that you and your government, you were the first one to step forward financially for the AAAP, and now again regaining your commitment to the AAAP in financial terms is extremely important. And I want to make sure that also the presidents from Africa understand this, that you're there financially, and you will deliver with them. So that's extremely good news. And I want to call upon all others who are going to take the floor to be very precise what you plan to bring to Africa on the AAAP indeed. Let us know, before we come to both Alok and Mahmoud for their reflections on COP27, let's move quickly to the Prime Minister of Denmark. She's not with us today. She has sent her regrets, but in a video message she will commit on how she wants to move forward. Let's run the video.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you today. Climate change is no longer a crisis, it is a disaster, and Africa is on the front line. Many countries feel the effects of climate change, but no place feels the consequences more than Africa. Those with the fewest resources to adapt are the hardest hit. Dear African colleagues, I know that you want Europe to engage more in your struggles, and we should. Your expectations have not always been fulfilled. This needs to change. I can assure you that we will do everything we can to prevent more lives and livelihoods from being broken, swept away by climate change. We need to keep up the pressure for better access to climate finance and faster implementation of climate ambitions. Denmark has set a clear goal. 60% of our climate aid will help developing countries to adapt to climate change. We will also continue our strong support in the fight against climate-related loss and damage. And we will continue to mobilize climate finance, including private investments. In total, Denmark expects to give at least 1% of the collective target of $100 billion. I hope this can pave the way for massive investments in adaptation and green energy in Africa. And Denmark will continue to do our part. For example, our support to the African Water Facility aims to deliver water security to 1 million people. And we will also continue our strong support for the green energy transition. The Lake Turkana wind project in Kenya is an example of what we can achieve. The project delivers 15% of Kenya's power at half the price of fossil fuels. We are deeply committed to meet climate challenges and to deliver on our promises. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you indeed, Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen, for your commitment for the continent and also for your strong commitment for the AAAP, because at the same time we are finalizing, Akina, Adesina and myself, we're finalizing a strong commitment from Denmark for the AAAP alongside Norway indeed. I think that's very concrete, that's very operational. So again, I call upon all others when you get the floor to be practical, to be operational in your interventions. What Amina did, what Kristalina did is exactly the right thing. Put away your speeches, 1-2 commitments on the table. I think that's a very appropriate way to conduct our business this afternoon. Let's go now. I mean, Kristalina, you mentioned it. The three sisters. Obviously, it's you, Kristalina, it's Amina, but there's a third person of extraordinary inspiration. There's a third person who has lifted the bar globally, but particularly for Africa. Ngozi Okonjo, Director General, World Trade Organization. You have the floor, madam.
Well, thank you very much, Patrick, for that warm introduction. And let me say just how proud I am to be here with my leaders and presidents who are showing that Africa is serious about taking action and adaptation. So I do want to recognize them by name. Your Excellency President Macky Sall, Your Excellency President Akufo-Addo, Your Excellency President Felix Tshisekedi, Your Excellency, my brother, President Moussa Faki, Chair of the African Union Commission, Excellency, my dear sister who is joining us on the screen, the President of Ethiopia. I also want to recognize President Akin Adesina, Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed, my sister in crime, along with Kristalina. Now we are known as the Three Sisters, so we'll have to live with that. Honorable ministers, I want to say a profound thank you to His Excellency Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, to Prime Minister Balkanende, who has been a force in making this center happen, to Faike, a real brother who is rallying the private sector, and above all to Patrick, whose energy is unquestionable. Who is rallying all of us to this task. Thank you for bringing us here together, and thank you for inviting the WTO. Now, you said we should put away papers, so I will for a bit. Just to say that your people are probably wondering, what is the WTO doing here? What does trade have to do with all of this? And I want to step back a bit and remind everyone that finance is crucial, yes, and we must provide the finance promised. But during the pandemic, when we had the money, many countries had the money. Africa had put the money through COVAX. We couldn't get vaccines when we needed. Why? Why? Because the wrong trade policies prevented us. Countries that had the vaccines put on export restrictions, which did not allow these goods to move. So you might have finance, but if other non-financial policies, the trade policies don't align, you may not be able to get the technologies you need, the goods you need to do the adaptation we need to do. So this is why we're here. Here's my commitment, Patrick. The commitment and the reason I'm so passionate is I feel trade is part of the solution. People often see trade as part of the problem, the logistics of trade as contributing to carbon emissions. Yes, and there are solutions that will come for that. But they don't think of trade as part of the solution. And what we are committing to do is to demonstrate how trade can be part of that solution, and the things that we are going to commit to make sure that once we mobilize this money, we are not stopped from using it because of the wrong policies around trade. So that's the commitment I'm here to make. We started this journey under the able leadership of Minister Lokshama and his team, who really encouraged us at COP26 in Glasgow. And we were able to start putting on the table what trade must do to be supportive. So we are continuing that journey. We have a flagship report on trade and climate, of which we've never done before, which we are putting on the table to show what kinds of support, how can trade be part of the solution prior to COP26. We've all agreed that climate poses an existential threat, one which no one institution, no one country can handle together. And we've all said, as the IPCC report that was quoted earlier clearly outlined, that Africa will be the most affected continent. It is home to 80% of the world's people that are most at risk. So focusing on Africa as we are today is vital. We need to continue to do that. And I'm so glad that COP26 is in Egypt, and we have Mahmoud here with us, who will help us mobilize to make sure the continent highlights all the issues, from adaptation to mitigation, and that we put the heat on, so to speak, to get the resources that we need. From our report, I want to highlight just a teaser for impending concerns that we see. First, no region is immune from the negative impacts of climate change. Second, trade costs will increase across all regions due to climate change. Third, the profound effects of trade in agriculture are to be expected unless we take action. In the absence of rapid and robust adaptation measures, agriculture will be particularly impacted. And fourth, we are seeing that the patterns of comparative advantage globally are going to be altered, which may leave some countries and some regions at a greater disadvantage. Global warming is already reducing productivity, disrupting supply chains, and increasing trade costs. There's already been reference made to the drought in Europe and parts of China, to the low levels of water in the Danube, the Rhine, and the Yangtze, which is disrupting river transport of goods and impacting electricity generation. Climate impacts have caused crop productivity growth on the African continent to shrink by a third and could cause annual GDP losses of 3.8% by 2060, according to some studies. So this illustrates how climate change will alter patterns of comparative advantage. And we have to watch out, as I am so happy to see Akin is doing, that agriculture-dependent African economies are not caught at a greater disadvantage, that we are ahead of the curve and we are trying to solve the problems. And in all this, it's vital that we integrate trade policies into adaptation to help diversify economies, upgrade and develop new productive capacities. We need to build greater supply chain resilience. Kristalina mentioned the word resilience, and Amina, we need to do that, and enhance access to essential climate technologies, goods, and services. Trade is needed to offset the negative agricultural yield shocks by ensuring access to these new technologies, more resistant crop varieties, which we talked about, irrigation and water storage systems. Reducing trade costs could also reduce the welfare losses from climate change by up to 68% in low-income countries. African economies need more trade and investment so they can adapt to climate change. They need more, not less. Africa already faces tremendous amount of costs with respect to adaptation. And through trade, we can increase the return on investment and increase the resources available to African governments for adaptation. And this is where the WTO plays a role. We need to bring African countries from the margins of global supply chains to the mainstream. With stronger economies, the African continent will be more resilient and more able to adapt. Without trade, the continent will not be able to meet its development and poverty reduction goals, nor implement effective adaptation strategies. At COP27, along with climate finance issues, we need to give focus to trade and investment facilitation for the climate transformation and the just transformation that we need. The WTO can be helpful in bringing this about. I was proud that at our 12th ministerial conference in June, WTO members unanimously agreed that trade must be part of the solution to climate change and environmental sustainability. We struck a deal on the first sustainability agreement in the organization's history. That was the agreement to curb harmful fisheries subsidies, aiming to save $22 billion, which can be, government should think of how to redirect this to support Africa and the adaptation challenge that we face. I also want to say one thing. At the WTO, at this we were successful. I think we are the only multilateral so far to be able to strike agreements, real agreements that are legal, with Russia, Ukraine, the United States, China, 164 countries around the table. This is no mean feat. And I'm highlighting it because it shows multilateralism can work. There is all gloom and doom. But there is a place where we've shown that global cooperation and solidarity, such as we need here at this table, can work. And I urge all of us to strongly support multilateral institutions to deliver. Let me end by saying that the WTO is committed to working with all partners so that trade can do its part for climate action. We are particularly committed to working with partners to deliver for the continent. We'll work with the IMF, the OECD. We'll work with everyone, African Development Bank, the World Bank, and we are going to work with the GCA. Just this morning, we signed an MOU with Patrick to talk about how the GCA and the WTO can work together to try and deliver for Africa's adaptation needs. Our members are coming along. And I think from now ongoing, you will see action on the part of the World Trade Organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Ngozi, for reminding us of three things: action, action, action. And indeed, the partnership agreement which we signed this morning is a very good step in that direction because it concretely supports the AAAP implementation. I'm taking stock of all these commitments. We heard something from the IMF, we heard something from Norway. African Development Bank was already there from the get-go. Now we have WTO on board as well. I think that's very important. I know you're thinking about time management. I know you're thinking about lunch. But also, please, this is a climate emergency. So my urge to you is we keep going. And I know the leaders at some point need to do other things. We all appreciate that. But we keep going for a little while because we want to hear you speak. But more importantly, we want to hear you commit. So those of you who are thinking about your intervention, again, put it aside. Don't come back again of the problems and Africa is the most vulnerable nation. We know that. That's all done. The AAAP, we've heard it. Move it away. One thing, what are you going to bring to the continent to deliver? That's if you want to raise your flag, you want to speak, that's the litmus test for you to come to the table. I think we have lots of speakers here on the speakers list, which I have, but please, this is a climate emergency. Let's treat it like this. And that's exactly how Alok Sharma managed to get an outcome in Glasgow. That's exactly why we got this doubling of adaptation finance commitment done. It's historical, it's unprecedented, never happened before. Now we have to deliver. Alok, this is a very special day in the United Kingdom as well. And you're here, and that is also, again, a testimony for your government's commitment on this agenda. So, Alok, please, what's your view? Please.
Patrick, thank you very much for that. And Presidents, Your Excellencies, sisters and brothers, if I may, I want to thank everyone for all the inspiring words we've heard, and indeed the pragmatic suggestions, because that's what actually matters, Patrick, as you've said. And I want to thank you, Patrick, you and your team at the Global Centre on Adaptation for putting this together, together with the African Union, with Akin and the African Development Bank. I mean, this is a critical summit. I just want to start by saying that actually, unlike Kristalina, I have no original jokes to offer. But I've noted the joke you made, and I'll be using it like a good politician. I'll be repeating it and claiming it as my own at future events. But friends, if I can just say that we are 10 months since COP26, and I mean, I think as we've heard, that was an important milestone on adaptation and the work that we do around this. We have the Glasgow to Sharm el-Sheikh work program, which has got going on the global goal on adaptation. And then in Glasgow, of course, we also had the event, which I was very pleased to be part of, on launching the African Adaptation Acceleration Programme. And Akin, you talked about the £20 million of UK funding for the programme. That's obviously there. And this is all about making sure that we are driving policy and project support to those working to design and implement transformational adaptation interventions. And so whether that's in agriculture, infrastructure, or innovative finance, I think as Ngozi said, and others have commented, that actually, at the end of the day, we have to see tackling climate change also as a growth opportunity for jobs, for the economy. And I think unless we do that, and we encourage everyone to do that, we will not make the progress that we need to do. Now, Secretary General Ban Ki-moon and other leaders, of course, have referenced the commitment that we got at COP of developed countries at least doubling their collective provision on adaptation finance to developing nations by 2025. I can tell you this wasn't an easy process, but we got there. And the reality now is that countries have to deliver. You'll all have seen the OECD figures that have come out for 2020 on the $100 billion goal. We are moving in the right direction when it comes to adaptation, but the reality is we're going to have to quicken that pace. Patrick, you said, not to talk about all the things that have been going wrong in the world when it comes to climate. So let me just say this, which is that the one thing I think every single one of us can say, just looking in our own countries, our own continents, is that the chronic threat of climate change has got worse since COP26. Things aren't getting better. I could give you all the examples of Africa, which I've got here, but I'm not going to, because you know all of this. I can tell you from a UK point of view, for the first time, we had wildfires this summer. We have droughts being declared. We have climate emergencies in terms of temperature levels being declared this summer. Climate change does not recognize borders, and I think the sooner every world leader recognizes that, the better. So in terms of, we've got 62 days to COP27. Patrick, you said we want to see what is actually going to happen. Well, one of the things that we did agree was that there would be a progress report on the $100 billion delivery plan that is being worked on by our friends in the Canadian and German government, and we will publish that before COP27. So we will be able to see what progress is actually being made. And of course, it's going to require all the providers, the MDBs and others, to set out clear and ambitious adaptation finance targets when we meet in Egypt. And I want to also acknowledge the brilliant work that Kristalina and her team have done on the RST. I mean, that's really quite remarkable. So thank you so much for all your leadership on that. We know that the annual adaptation costs are expected to reach at least $140 billion a year by 2030. And frankly, public finance is not going to be enough. We are going to need private finance. And so in a way, I agree. I wish we did have more of the private finance providers around this table. You've all set out very clearly the challenges that we have and how we rise to those. And I want to sort of acknowledge, firstly, the enormous support and help that I've got from Amina over the past few years in this role, but also to make the point that, as she said, we need to make sure that when we get to COP27, we have to demonstrate that what we achieved at COP26 is starting to be delivered. And I said in Glasgow that the pulse of 1.5 is weak. And I have to say to you, friends, it does remain weak right now. On the positive side, we were able to see it show in Glasgow that the multilateral system, however unwieldy, can work when we all understand it's in our collective self-interest. And so what we do need to ensure in the coming days, weeks, and 2 months to COP27 is that we are delivering on adaptation. And I want to end by what Akin said. He said, you're all doers in this room. So I have to say, friends, now we just need to get it done. Thank you.
Thank you, Alok. Maybe not copying jokes of Kristalina today, but I mean, you're delivering for sure. You are the one who has delivered on the largest contribution alongside Norway to the AAAP to date. And we're very optimistic that you also will come through with your government at COP27 for the African Development Bank replenishment indeed. As said, we go to Mahmoud, but we go through Mahmoud through France. The French minister has just arrived here on behalf of President Macron. We all know, I think the presidents know, President Macron is a big friend of Africa because he's delivering for and with Africa. Madam Minister, I know you have quite something to share with us in terms of concrete deliverables for Africa. Madam Minister, Shrijula, the floor is yours.
Merci. Merci beaucoup pour cette invitation.
Dear ministers, I'm very pleased to be here representing President Macron, who unfortunately cannot be here. The presence of a number of African heads of states is a testament to the climate emergency and of the importance of adaptation for the African continent. In the face of those challenges, I would like to remind you that France is playing its full part. 6 billion of funding per year for developing countries to fight against climate change. A third, that's 2 billion, is dedicated to adaptation. And as you said, with the Summit for the Finance of African Countries, President Macron has been mobilizing the international community to find new financing. As you said, dear Patrick, we haven't got, this is not the time to talk, it is a time to act. And I believe this meeting will play this role. We have challenges in front of us. We will talk about them in Kinshasa, the pre-COP, and at the COP in Egypt, which will have to show us, which will have to give us deliverables, because it's no longer time for talk, it's time for action, it's time for unity. We owe it to our young people, and I believe that we are convinced that the mechanisms of the GCA are more relevant than ever, and we will be present. This afternoon, we will be announcing a contribution. As I said, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Minister, also leaving us a little bit in suspense for what's going to happen in the afternoon, but I think it's building up now to that crescendo moment indeed. Others who want to speak in the afternoon, by the way, when Prime Minister Rutte comes, the litmus test is, do you have an announcement to make which can match France in this regard indeed. I want to also recognize we are in Rotterdam, right? In fact, if you think about it, we're in the adaptation capital of the world at the moment indeed. And the one person who is basically driving this agenda in the Netherlands, and particularly in Rotterdam, is the host of the Global Center on Adaptation here with his headquarters, Mayor Abatala. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for all our guests. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. In fact, the one who is speaking to you is the son of Africa. I am born in Africa. I am born in Northern Africa in 1961 from 2 African parents in Morocco. And the one who is speaking to you is an immigrant. So I migrated to this beautiful country in 56. And the reason for migration was in fact 2. I lived with my parents, with my mother actually, my father was in the Netherlands, on a mountain with a height of some 2,000 meters, with a lot of drought and the absence of government. So I was the one in the family to go with a donkey some 2 hours down the mountains to look for 50 liters of drinking water, and which I did every day. It was my duty. And the absence of government was the second reason for migration. And in fact, nothing changed 45 years later. I have the honor to tell you that the last 3 years, together with 10 friends, we succeeded to give the village a source of drinking water. A small health center, an ambulance, and a space to support the women during pregnancy, a private initiative. And I had also the honor to bring my father, who is now in hospital, unfortunate, for probably a last visit to his village to see that indeed there is drinking water. And his advice to me was, please do another one, and please plant some trees. And in this great nation, ladies and gentlemen, it was given to me the opportunity to participate, to learn the language, and to become part of the leadership. And I'm now 13 years mayor of this great city, leading one of the largest ports in the world, with 30,000 seagoing vessels every year, and people from all over the world. In fact, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, I'm also a kind of a Secretary General of the United Nations of Rotterdam. I have 175 nationalities here. And the happiness is all the kitchen of the world is available here. And I hope you tonight to give you a flavor of that taste. We work hard on energy transition, fighting pollution, and therefore I work together with the national government. And in fact, a huge part of the national budget is invested in my city and in my port. This is the place to be, to generate energy sources from solar, but also from the North Sea wind. And my advice to you, leaders of Africa, is do the job together with your local people. It's needed to do that locally. Whatever you talk internationally and organize the budget, and the fact it must be done on the ground in your villages and your cities. Mobilize that power. I came yesterday back from Indonesia, the leader of the G20 this year, as I am member of the U20, the mayors that prepare the influence agenda for the G20, and my contribution there was to our leaders from the rich part of the world, doing nothing is not an option. Doing nothing is not an option. In fact, doing nothing means you lose. Why? Because these new steps in adaptation will lead to the new economies and will lead to the new jobs. And I see that day by day in my port, where 150,000 people are working every day. So it's in the benefit of our people to do so. And do that also people-oriented. This innovation will lead to new jobs, and that requires new skills. If you don't do that, and don't take your people with you, you will lose double. So it's an investment in the hard infrastructure, but also an investment in your own people, mainly women. Countries that neglect half of its society, women, are the third loser in this scheme. My contribution, Dick Patrick, is a small one. This is the living lab, my city, of the adaptation in the world. Without thousands of kilometers of levees and dikes, we cannot survive here. In the east part of Rotterdam, it's -6 meters. So if your dike breaks, I cannot evacuate anyone there. -6 meters. So this is a showcase. What I can do is, I would like to show that to the world. Everyone here, my standards, engineers, civil servants, and other people, to see the showcase. A rucksack, an apple, a liter of water, and good shoes are enough to walk 40 kilometers in the port to see how adaptation in the daily practice is working. Hopefully, see you tonight for the dinner to continue our discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mayor Abu Taleb. Also, thank you for your invitation, not only for dinner alone, but also telling us that's not a free dinner. I mean, there's something to partner on, indeed, going forward. I also going to do a little bit of suspense. Is that we're going to go to COP27. We're going to go to COP27, but we first go to the Foreign Minister, Moussa Adamo, from Gabon, who is here on behalf of President Bongo. And President Bongo, as we know, is the champion of the African Adaptation Initiative, which is very closely aligned with the AAAP. Foreign Minister, Your Excellency, please.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of His Excellency President Ali Bongo Ondimba, AU champion of the African Adaptation Initiative, I would like to extend my thanks to the conveners of this summit for the invitation to participate. Unfortunately, I have to disobey Patrick's recommendation to put aside the speech. For all presidents here and all ministers knows that a foreign minister or an ambassador gets fired for what he says and what he doesn't say. So I have to convey the president's message. His Excellency places great importance on fighting climate change and was saddened not to be able to join at this important meeting. He has instructed me to share his comments with you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we have seen recently, the impacts of climate change do not stop while we deal with other crises. Rather, they further undermine our ability to cope, especially in Africa, the continent which will be hardest hit. In my capacity as AAI champion, you do not need to convince me about the need to adapt to climate change. Indeed, my commitment to climate issue was honed when I was still Minister of Defense in the light of the threat climate poses to peace and security on the African continent. This is why I'm so committed to the African Adaptation Acceleration Program, brought together under the auspices of AAI, GCA, and the AFDB. Endorsed by the African Union, the African Adaptation Acceleration Program actualizes the vision of the African Adaptation Initiative and lays the foundation of economic growth through climate adaptation. The need for adaptation action and finance was also highlighted during the Africa Climate Week attended last week in Libreville by over 2,400 delegates. I thank those of you around this table who have already given your support to the African Adaptation Acceleration Program. We need and want the upstream financing facility to work with the nations and peoples of Africa, to develop innovative solutions to tap into climate finance, to make our infrastructure and agriculture resilient, in order to ensure we are shielded against the worst impact of climate change. In the same vein, we need to see increased support from the developed nations for the 16th replenishment of the African Development Fund, especially the climate finance window that will support the African Acceleration Program. Strong support for this will be a positive message in the run-up to COP27. We started with AAI vision, built the framework around it, and now have a concrete and clear plan to realize this vision through the AAAP. Let us work together to make sure this plan delivers. Let us leave this summit with the assurance that as we head to COP27, the adaptation financial story for Africa will move forward with big, bold steps. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, le Gabon appuie sans réserve le programme d'accélération de l'adaptation en Afrique. Il s'agit d'un programme ambitieux visant à réduire les résultats concrets, à produire les résultats concrets en matière d'adaptation au changement climatique en Afrique. J'exhorte aujourd'hui les pays donateurs à assurer le soutien financier nécessaire au succès de ce programme. Les décisions que vous prendrez aujourd'hui vont faire la différence. Nous pourrons alors rejoindre la COP27 à Sharm el-Sheikh avec un programme pleinement financé afin de soutenir efficacement l'adaptation au changement climatique. Nous félicitons le groupe de la Banque africaine de développement pour ses efforts en vue d'assurer une reconstitution réussie du Fonds africain de développement FAD. La 16e reconstitution du FAD est très importante pour l'Afrique. Le guichet Action Climat qui a été déployé dans le cadre de la FAD est une opportunité unique qui permet de mettre en œuvre des actions concrètes visant à mener l'action climatique sur le terrain en Afrique. Le guichet du FAD pour l'action climatique permettra également de réaliser les objectifs du programme d'accélération de l'appui en Afrique. Ces deux priorités, à savoir le financement intégral du programme d'accélération et de l'adaptation en Afrique et la reconstitution du Fonds africain de développement, y compris son guichet pour l'action climatique, permettront d'assurer des succès pour l'Afrique lors de la COP27. Et nous avons tous besoin d'une COP27 réussie avec des financements dont l'Afrique a besoin. With his greetings and gratitude, this is the message that President Ali Bongo Ondimba has asked me to deliver to this meeting. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Foreign Minister. Also on behalf of Ban Ki-moon, Secretary General, former Secretary General of the United Nations, Feike Sijbesma, co-chair of the board, President Adesina, obviously, and all of us here, our deepest gratitude to your President in driving on this agenda, and also reminding us that the African Adaptation Initiative is being implemented through the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program to date. COP27, few more days, few more weeks, and we're there in Sharm el-Sheikh. Mahmoud, you're leading on this, bringing in all sorts of partners for this agenda. You've heard the needs for Africa. You travel around the globe. What's your takeaway?
Right. Thank you so much. I'm very happy and pleased to be in this vibrant, welcoming city. Thank you so much, Mayor, for what you are doing. It's a city of innovation and technology as well, which is one of the areas that we need to focus on when we are preparing for COP27. I'd like to recognize the presidents in the room who spoke eloquently about the priorities of Africa. President Macky Sall, President Akufo-Addo, President Tshisekedi, and the Madam President of Ethiopia. I'd like to recognize as well my three formidable women global leaders who I had the pleasure of working closely with, supporting their great work, Ms. Amina Mohammed, Ngozi, and of course Kristalina, Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, and of course the great work conducted by you, Patrick, and Feike in this center. And I'd like as well to recognize the leaders from Africa, the African Union head, and the African Development Bank president. Right, okay, we are encouraged to not use the talking points. I assure you that I had very eloquent talking points prepared by the climate champions, and I learned something from the UN system that there are two versions, as prepared and as delivered. So the as prepared is there, very diplomatic, nice, and operational. My intervention, which is going to be the as delivered one, is going to complement this. In reacting to many of the points raised by you all here, and I'm just checking the detailed climate action calendar for COP27, whether the sessions prepared for you in the state and the non-state sides are going to be responding to the priorities outlined. Let me put it very simply and without really resorting to any diplomatic rescue techniques. The climate finance architecture is insufficient, inefficient, and unfair. It's insufficient because even if we deliver all on the $100 billion, this is going to be close to the 3% of what is required for climate action. This is another 3% that shouldn't be confused with the 3% of the responsibility of the African continent for the emissions. And in a discussion with my daughter, recently graduate of engineering school, she said, well, in the current technology, do you consider that 3% is a reason for celebration or a reason for mourning? 3% with the current technologies used are reminding us of the failure on delivery, on sustainable development, on the increase of poverty, and the problem that we're facing in the continent, in the unemployment. And then if we're getting the rest of the world to listen to us, should we be 30% to be worthy of a good discussion? And actually, if we are taking the matters related to urbanization, fast urbanization, growth with the current technologies, leave it to time, and that could be close really to the trouble. So I think here we need really to intervene fast in the mitigation front, with adaptation, in dealing with loss and damage, which is, between brackets, lost in endless discussion without any good conclusion, and dealing with the finance issues along with matters related to trade, raised by Ngozi earlier, and indeed being reminded here of a city of technology and innovation of technology. And this is basically what we'd like really to see. And there are 7 points on the finance, and be super fast on them because I'll give you the headlines. The 100 billion, 79% last year, close to that. Let's see the report mentioned by Minister Alok Sharma, if we're progressing on that or not. But as I said, even if we deliver on that, that is not going to be sufficient. And as he said, we need more. We need more from public finance, and we need more from private sector. And we need more in the post-2025 priorities going forward. But as we speak, there are only 7 countries, and we are not in naming and shaming, so I'll be just mentioning the positive ones. Sweden, France, Norway, Japan, Netherlands, Germany, and Denmark. They delivered on and they progressed towards providing their fair share based on an independent review by ODI based in the UK. The rest of the 23 need really, before giving us lectures, they need to go to the updates on their figures and whether they are delivering or not. Only 5 countries have plans for commitments in the next 5 years until 2026. So we need to check these numbers, and bearing in mind again, 100 billion will not really meet more than 3%. The other thing, why the private sector is not in this room, based on your excellent report shared by my good friend Jamal Saghir yesterday, we see only 3% contribution of the private sector in adaptation. The private sector, as mentioned by many speakers today, found their way with the help of development finance institutions, with leveraging, found their way in areas related to mitigation. So the idea here, how can we encourage the private sector to do better in this front? What kind of incentive structure that could be provided? Public-private partnerships and better business environment going forward in that. That will be tackled in a piece that was commissioned by COP26 and COP27. Mr. Sharma is here. He did that with Minister Shukri. They asked Nick Stern and Vera Songwe with a group of global experts to produce a piece on climate finance and development finance. And we insist both need to go together. This divorce between climate and development didn't help us in the climate action and distracted our attention from getting the SDGs right. And as always reminded by the DSG Amina Mohammed, it's not a matter of alignment. At the end of the day, climate action is part of the SDGs as SDG 13. This gets me into number 3. Any solution that would encourage already high indebted countries, I'm speaking here in the presence of the MD of the fund, and we have as well the Africa director in the back there. I'm speaking only today as a climate champion. Resorting to debt solutions is not a good idea at all unless there is some decent return to that. A typical discussion between me and the Minister of Finance from my region, I would say, seek grants. If not, get investments. Well, that could be better because that would be coming with knowledge and technology. If not, it could be part of the long-term finance of the elements that Kristalina mentioned, grace period 7 to 10 years, going beyond 30 to 40 years. But that reminds us of anything. It reminds us of the IDA programs that have been very successful within the World Bank Group. The only difference that I'd like to seek is not to limit IDA support when it comes to climate action, only to low-income countries. That should be extended to middle-income countries, especially the low-middle-income countries. Half of the African countries today are classified by every measure as middle-income countries. So we need really to extend that part. Number 4, private sector, GFANs, it was mentioned, great alliance, but we need really to have some transactions to build on, and I'm happy that the GFANs chapter for Africa is going to be launched very soon, and we're going to support not just the net zero part, which is the mitigation part, but we encourage the GFANs to use that holistic approach to unleash the potential of the 130 trillion into a variety of different investments. Europe is the host, this is number 5, is the host of technologies again. Carbon markets need to be developed. Europe helped China to build its own carbon market. Africa, and we discussed that in Gabon, Gabon, as would be reminded by Minister White there, and Minister Musa Adamu had advanced the work, adapting it to the requirements of an African country. Carbon market could be a solution, but talking about carbon doesn't mean that we need to carbon copy the example of Europe, but basically to adapt it to the African need. Number 6, ESG. I'm happy that the Secretary General of the UN had asked former Minister McKenna of Canada to have a stock-taking exercise on standards, codes, procedures for the climate finance agenda, focusing on the pledges of the non-state actors. We look forward to the outcomes of this report because that will help us, especially for emerging countries, emerging markets, economies in Africa, to invest further in ESG-based instruments and avoid, as much as we can, greenwashing. My final point is basically the alignment of the budget of the state of all of what we are talking about. I think here the issue that is being mentioned, 5% is already being spent in a typical African country in its adaptation needs. This is 5% of GDP. This is more than 15% of budgets of the state. In the more vulnerable cases, as in my notes here, it's up to 22% of GDP. This is more than 60% of the budgets of a typical African country. It's about time to have SDGs aligned with the budgets of the state, and that all can really help us getting matters better. I'm happy to say that the agenda in front of me here, when you say, I say, well, mark right, it's all there in areas related to adaptation, resilience, agriculture, food system, land, water again, biodiversity, oceans and coastal areas in an integrated way with the finance, technology and trade reflected in the agenda. So there is a very big promise for us to emphasize the issues related to solutions and implementation for COP27 in few weeks and days. You are all welcome in Egypt, in Sharm el-Sheikh, with your solutions, with your support, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mahmoud, for your strong words indeed, but also for providing the platform in a few weeks from now for this agenda to land on African soil indeed. Stocktake, 1:15. The African presidents are here with us already for hours. They have other business to do as well because they want to see some of you also bilaterally, not just to speak about other matters, adaptation. So at some point, the African leaders, please, if you are excused, please go so if you wish. But we have 45 minutes until 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock, there will be lunch. We need to eat. So we have, in 45 minutes, we will adjourn. So my deep request to all of you now is to have very super sharp interventions. Imagine you have 1 minute to brief your boss. What would you say in that 1 minute? I think that's now the point which you want to take. Jose Antonio Meade, a board member of the GCA, but also representing the private sector. Jose Antonio.
One of the advantages that I have is that I no longer have a boss. So I can take probably a little bit more time, or I can actually do it faster. The President Alsina said that the solutions to COVID, conflict, and climate were all finance. And I think that this is especially relevant for this meeting. Most of the things that we say will need a bridge in order to become a reality, and that bridge will have to be financed. Fortunately, we know how to do that. And we have faced crises in the past, and those crises have been resolved through finance, but all of us need to be at the table. The private sector, the banks within the private sector, want to finance that transition. We want to finance the transition between countries that have not adapted to the countries that, in the words of Kristalina, are resilient in the face of climate change. We want to finance the transition between countries that are now net positive to countries that are now net zero. HSBC in particular has committed between now and 2030 $750 billion in financing. But in order to make sure that that financing goes to where it is needed, we need to partner with those around the table. And I think that the fact that Patrick has convened us here means that we will be successful in doing that. ALOC, I think, made a very important contribution by allowing the private sector in particular and the financial institutions to be part of COP. We need for that dialogue to continue to be ongoing. I think with the leadership and the dynamism of Patrick, who is, again, as Kristalina said, very resilient in exhibiting as much energy as he has, with the leadership of Ban Ki-moon and of FICE, I am sure that those around the table will be able to reach good, interesting, creative solutions to make financing be part of this equation. Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you so much, Pepe, indeed, for your strong words. I'm going to now announce 3 in a row, so I don't need to do the introductions quickly. So first we go to EIB, we go to Finland, and from Finland we go to AFD. President Werner, please.
I'm going to be short, but I must say that I'm speaking, of course, very honored but humbled in my capacity as head of a bank. Sometimes after these talks here, I would love to go back to foreign affairs and strategic affairs, because that's what it's all about. The situation between Africa and Europe is of a strategic importance, and we must honor that. And that requires also a clear view on the connection between climate, development, and innovation. And this is why I'm so happy to listen to Mahmoud, who addressed these issues so perfectly. We will only be able to close the gap if we never go back to thinking of development, innovation, and climate separately, but also in context. Also, I would like to say from a political point of view, but also from a banker's point of view, for us, the Europeans, it's time to walk the talk. And this is why the next COP27 must be more concrete. And I'm very happy to listen to the 3 ladies here, Ngozi and Kristalina and Muhammad Amina, to give us clear indications in this direction. When it comes to this crowding in of the private sector, this is our job. We are a crowding in institution. We do it in 2 ways. On the one hand, we find always people who buy our bonds, 70 to 100 billion euros a year, and they trust us. And then we can channel these funds also into projects, for instance, in Africa. On the other hand, we find companies who are too risk averse to go into an African risky project by themselves. But if we go ahead, then normally we find them as co-financiers. So this is one part of crowding in the private sector. But for us, it's key that we have detected adaptation as our clear focus. And we are promoting faster and more systemic adaptation worldwide in line with the new EU adaptation strategy. That has led now for us to a 3-fold increase in EIB's adaptation finance in the next few years. We are ready to take on more risk. Typically, we finance only 50% of projects. Now we have decided to finance up to 75% of projects that are primarily motivated by adaptation, and up to 100% in the most vulnerable parts of the world, including small island developing states and the least developed countries. So what is necessary is to foster our partnership around smarter and more systemic adaptation, for instance, by closing the climate data gap. For this purpose, EIB and the European Centre for Medium-Range Weather Forecasts, who host the remarkable Copernicus program, have created a powerful partnership. This will make high-resolution climate data available to our clients all over the world, including in Africa. And of course, we are going to promote adaptation at a more systemic level beyond single projects, therefore starting our upstream engagement activities. We launched EIB Global this year. You have heard about this, a new specialized branch of EIB dedicated to development finance, and we are seeking your partnerships in this. In Africa, of course, we stand shoulder to shoulder with AAC, the AAAP. We are exploring ways to potentially making our advisory platform in Europe adapt available to clients in
for the delayed.
Africa and globally as well. I'm reminded that I should come to an end. Thank you very much. That was it.
So much. Secretary General Ban Ki-moon came through indeed, welcoming your intervention indeed. And Werner, I mean, what you've been doing with EIB is extraordinary, lifting the adaptation bar, so to say. Someone in the technology will fix this, preferably now. Matthew, let's please get it going. Let's wait for a second, because otherwise we can't hear each other. Fixed. That's exactly the approach to the problem which we're solving today. Next, a speaker who had convened all development ministers earlier this year. Think about it. April, a few months ago, Finland, development ministers coming together to talk about one thing and one thing only: adaptation finance. Phil Skinnari, what's your takeaway? What's your contribution?
Well, thank you, Patrick, Your Excellencies, heads of states, friends. This is an important milestone. What we agreed in Stockholm plus 50, what we agreed in Lahti, Finland. We really wanted to come here together before the COP27 and before Unga Week. But of course, as we agreed already earlier, we have to do things differently. We have to look at the access to finance. And therefore, of course, we spoke about quantity, quality, and access of adaptation finance. And I fully agree with all of you who said that we are not there. We are not there as far as climate financing architecture. We are not there as far as having private sector and the solutions on board. And of course, I'm proud as a Nordic minister here that Norway and Denmark and we have been able to raise the public finance as well. But as said, we do need scalable models. And I give you a couple of examples. First of all, the early warning systems. We've been able to scale up. We've been able to use different instruments. And we've been able to save lives in a very challenging conditions. And therefore, the meteorological know-how, the know-how of the companies is needed, and it's there. But many barriers still exist. For instance, lack of data on climate risks and the vulnerability and low perceived returns. Public finance can be used to address and overcome these and leverage more private sector involvement and investment in adaptation. But once again, we need to be more strategic. And of course, as a Nordic country with a very harsh climate, we have a wealth of experience in the field of meteorology. And of course, then we utilize also the know-how of the companies. And of course, we have to be technology neutral. We heard this 3% dilemma. Where is the private sector? It should be 30%, not 3%. And you said that everything is A-OK. I disagree with that. The companies, they don't know how to access the finance, how to get the system-level approach. And this is a serious situation if and when you want to get private sector on board. And therefore, we have to look at the public procurement processes. There should be alliances, not just cost and the, let's say, a price value there, because then we are not sustainable. Finland is participating active in making Glasgow, the Forest and Land Use Declaration operational, and already at this year's Climate and Biodiversity COP summits, I still want to bring this to the table. And finally, Patrick, I want to say something about the opportunities. As said earlier, we need the trade agreements. We need the WTO. But we also have to understand that green transition and digitalization, it's a huge job opportunity for African countries and people. We should talk about that more and have the industry with us if and when we work as Team Europe. And therefore, I really want to emphasize that. But once again, thanks for being here. Thanks, Rotterdam. I think this city, this country is a great example of integration, great example of adaptation, and great example of great international people who have really implemented for decades in different parts of the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister, indeed, for your strong words. Let us go to a friend of Africa, actually, Rémi Rioux, a CEO of the AFD. Please, Rémi.
Merci Patrick. Je vais parler en
Thank you so much, Patrick. I'm going to speak in French for the French-speaking heads of state, but I will not speak in the name of the AFD. My own minister already mentioned the commitment of France, but I would like to mention around this table the participation, the physical participation here in Rotterdam of Akin for the African Bank, Werner for the European Bank, European Investment Bank, Elvaro for IFAD, Al Massoud, Alain, Henri also for the Climate Green Fund, and others who are here today in person to show the strong presence and inalterable commitment of the various banks, regional, national, and Jennifer, also for the World Bank, who understand the priority needed given to the fight against climate change and also for adaptation, and who are now accumulating evidence and their experience that this transformation is possible, and who are raising their financing. We have 27 public bonds of development, and we've multiplied by 5 our contribution for adaptation. It's about $30 billion per year. If you add up all this financing, all these funds, we will produce a report for COP27 in Egypt to show you where we are at the moment, to give you a proper update. Of course, we need to do more. We need to do a lot more. This is why we are here today. We also, governments and our shareholders, international governments and entities, and of course the GCA need to push us, always push us to do more and mobilize fully our financial capacities and operational capacities, and asking us to have more dedicated mandates as regards the fight against climate change, and also to facilitate access to all the public banks, the International Climate Fund, and also to push us always to cooperate more. $250 billion that we could really positivize in the fight against, in the struggle against climate change. But also the whole financial sector, Werner said it, we need to mobilize the private sector. That's our job. We do it all the time, but we need to do more. We need to do it better if we have the right incentives, if we have the right resources allocated, more specific to target mobilizing the private sector. So we need to act better, and we need to do so much more for Africa. And this has been said by all the previous speakers. There are about 100 public development banks. We need to mobilize them as well. We need to give them resources so that they can fully play their role in their own region with the private sector, and to have a stronger role. I will end by saying we have a bit of time to work on this. The African Development Bank and the European Investment Bank, we are convening all the public in 19th, 20th October in Abidjan, and it's not by chance that it will be 2 weeks before COP27. And we will work together to see how we can bring solutions and bring ambition. And we're not going to stay in the situation we are in at the moment. We need to change the status quo and be more cooperative, and also support the multilateral system and the presence of Egypt and hosting the COP27. Systematically, we look at the 7 points mentioned by Mahmoud, which were absolutely brilliant. Thank you to all.
Thank you, Remy, for driving this agenda, indeed in multiple roles which you fulfill in the international community. Next 5 speakers: Djibouti, IFAD, EcoBank, GCF, and Prime Minister Balkende. Let's go quickly to the Honourable Minister of Finance and Economy, Djibouti. The floor is yours, sir.
Merci bien.
Thank you so much, Professor Patrick, Chair of the GCA, Executive Officer of the GCA, and also to all state leaders, heads of states present, and to everybody present here. I'm extremely happy to address you today in the name of Djibouti. First of all, to thank you for this invitation and your organization for this exceptionally important summit for Djibouti and for the whole of Africa. I also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to sincerely thank the government, and in particular the mayor of this beautiful city of Rotterdam, who have welcomed us so warmly today. I will be very brief, Mr. Co-Chair. For Djibouti, our country is one of the most vulnerable as regards climatic change, and we are in the Horn of Africa, and more specifically at the door. We can only endorse what has been said all morning and expressed today by all the African leaders present here today, but also Madame Valourque, and also who gave us an excellent introduction as regards the context of the Horn of Africa, which includes Djibouti. It was said, President Adesina spoke of the three things, the three C's: COVID, climate, and conflict. And of course, we need a solution with triple F, finance, finance, finance. And I would add myself fairness as well, on top of finance. And I think, because I think justice, being equitable is so important, being fair. And all the developed countries have a huge part of responsibility in this. Very quickly, I wanted to tell you this. Climate change for us in Djibouti, as well as for African countries, means vulnerability, also means poverty, and also means migration, displacement. Djibouti is a country which sees going through several millions of migrants towards the Middle East, towards North Africa, and most certainly towards European countries. And usually these migrants are not just migrants due to conflicts or war in their country, but also due to climate change. Climate also means instability and insecurity. And I think that these words, these concepts, mean something to you also for you from developed countries and industrialized countries. I also would like to specify that at a moment, right now, when I'm telling you those words, several million of people in the Horn of Africa are facing death because of repeated drought and lengthy droughts. Over the last 3 years, we've had no rainfall. Over the last 3 years, the cattle for these peoples have been decimated. And over the last few years, on top of the droughts, on top of the absence of rainfall, these people have known COVID as well, have known logistic crisis, and also instability due to all these issues. At the moment, right now, when I'm speaking to you, Djibouti, which between Ethiopia and Djibouti, we have a lot of perturbations, of problems on the logistic side, on the supply chains. As you know, Djibouti is a huge supply port for regional distribution, with a population of over 120 million, who live mainly of this corridor between Djibouti and Ethiopia, and the infrastructure, which infrastructure knows right now very huge problems with extreme climatic conditions. I was talking about Djibouti as well as for the Horn of Africa. The repeated climatic events, lengthy droughts, and then the few days when it rains, all the infrastructure tend to vanish. This seems that we have a lot of issues on the economic side, and also as regards mobility for the whole region. Of course, this leads me to speak again of this AAAP as regards leadership, and which is endorsed by all African countries, leaders, to find a solution to this context which we are presently living as regards climate change. I think today, more than ever, we can only support and truly, very seriously and in a very solemn way, we call upon this international solidarity, we call upon this international responsibility, which is incumbent to all developed and industrial countries to ensure that they contribute to all these various initiatives, in particular to the solution of AAAP, jointly brought by the GCA. Under your leadership, Mr. CEO, Dr. Patrick Verkoren. But also, we're talking about solution when we're talking of reconstituting the African Development Fund, the 16th version, all 16th edition. Also, we would like to ask all countries who have not mentioned their own contribution to do it as soon as possible before COP27 to ensure that we will not be disappointed by lack of commitment. I also wanted to express, as regards I just wanted to say, Mr. Co-Chair, that just to add that the coming COP27 will be the African COP27, and as such, we must very sincerely ensure that this thrust of solidarity, but also of responsibility, of shared responsibility, will be present in Sharm el-Sheikh. And once again, I thank you for your invitation in the name of Djibouti, of the Republic of Djibouti, but also, if I may, I would like, as regards solutions, we also bring solutions. I would like to talk about the adaptation issue beyond this notion of continent. We need to think about it as well at a regional level. For instance, here, as regards the Horn of Africa, where most vulnerable countries are situated. And we feel that a regional response beyond the national or continental response should be under study, because the regional solution would enable all countries to truly accumulate their collective resources as regards solution. When I talk about regional response, I'm not just talking about the donors, but also of the members of the various countries, part of our, and within our strategy, we'll have to include also this regional response, including financing, meaning also for the Horn of Africa, we have the Horn of Africa Initiative, which works well with the development of various functions, in particular the various pillars. And the AAAP, for instance, as aforementioned, in particular as regards the sustainable infrastructures, but also technology, the use of technology to ensure that we harness as best as possible all these infrastructures.
Minister, just to remind all of you, 15 minutes, we want to go into 10 intervention, 15 minutes. Please give your prepared statement. We know you have them. Give them to us. We will post them. That will become the public record. Now the short intervention of things which we haven't heard yet. Alvaro, you're president-elect of IFA. You have a very big role coming up here. What's your contribution?
Thank you very much, Presidents, Excellencies, Chair of GCA, colleagues, friends. So as an incoming president and head of a UN agency that was created during a food crisis and focuses exclusively on the rural poor, I'm very happy to join the coalition of doers. This is something that I'm very also proud of being part as a group, and count me as an ally. Today I want, as an incoming president, to really send a couple of messages. One, my commitment to Africa, to low income and to fragile countries, to climate finances, and to the link to the rural poor, because the people need to always be at the center. The beneficiaries need also to benefit from these climate adaptation strategies. So the convergence of crises have made very clear that there's a link between climate shocks, food insecurity, and poverty. 80% of the poor actually live in rural areas. When we talk about biodiversity, land, soil, sea life, these are the biggest assets for these poor rural small farm holders. Failure to conserve and to really restore these assets will bring them into the brink of poverty. So in my view, small-scale producers, rural poor community need to be at the center of this adaptation and efforts and of all of our investments. IFAD is ready to join the coalition and to contribute to the AAAP initiatives, leveraging its pipeline resources, network capacity. Indeed, we have a very good track record with our in terms of adaptation smallholder agriculture programs, which have been very successful in attracting climate finance to small farm holders and to ensure carbon sequestration through nature-based solutions. 90% of our climate finance is actually in climate adaptation, so that's our expertise. People who are most affected once more need to be at the center of the benefits, not only about mobilizing, but actually how we are implementing it. So from our side, we are trying to pioneer on innovative financial solutions that actually benefit these communities, where we're talking about payment for ecosystem services in Lesotho, directing public money to water and landscape restoration, voluntary carbon markets in Ethiopia as an income opportunity for small-scale farmers, or we are also exploring, and would be very happy to it with GCA, on resilience credit, similar to carbon credit, that could monetize the resilience and unlock capital flows. So finance can be a solution, but people need always to be at the center. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, indeed, President-elect. We're very much looking forward to working with you, indeed, soon. Quickly, we go to Prime Minister Balkenende. Please, the floor.
Patrick, you was very clear. You said you have to put aside your talking points and just your commitment. And I have a big problem, because I'm a former Prime Minister. So I cannot speak on behalf of the government, but you get my commitment. I'll do everything to convince my successor, Prime Minister Rutte, to do the right things. That's one. The second point is, what we're discussing now is much more than only issues around policy or measures or whatever. It's also a matter of mindset. We have to listen to the voice of Africa. I was impressed by all the remarks that have been made today about resilience, trust. This is really key. And Mayor Abu Talib made a remark about his personal story, your father and your family and your background. I'm from the southwestern part of this country. And we had a terrible water flood in 1953. 1,836 people died because of that water flood. And why? Also, I lost family members. I'm from that region. What happened in those days, authorities did not take seriously the warnings. You have to learn from what happened in the past. And if you talk now about the adaptation program, it's so important to take care for those who are vulnerable. And therefore, there's a clear connection between what we're discussing now and the Sustainable Development Goals. And what you described about COP27, it's so important that we take action. And this is about our future. And you must have the conviction to do things in the right way. And therefore, we have to listen to the voice of Africa and take the right steps. This is really a multi-actor approach. It's about what's the role of governments? What about NGOs? What about the business sector? And you and Feike made important remarks about their commitment. Much more has to be done. After my time as Prime Minister, I became professor here at the Erasmus University and active in the business sector. What you can see, if you want to have sustainable business practices, it's always about being very clear and specific. What are your KPIs? What about the impact of your activities? That's really key. So if you talk about what we're doing now, it's all about action and it's about measurement. That's really key. So therefore, it's good that we're here. I'm supposed not to speak too long. As a politician, maybe it's a bit difficult, but in any case, I think it's great to be here. We must take the right actions, and I really hope that also this meeting will contribute to taking the right steps. And therefore, and that's very clear, support the AAAP, show solidarity, take action, and never lose hope.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister, indeed, for your kind words. Let us go quickly to the EcoBank CEO, President and CEO, please.
Thank you. Your Excellency, it's great to be here. I'm delighted that you invited us. We are part of Private Bank, our private sector, so I would not say I'm one of the public sectors. We're also the largest in terms of presence across Africa, operating in 35 countries. So the questions of climate, the question of adaptation, mitigation, and all that is very important to us, not just as a bank, but as a member of this community. And I'm very delighted with the kind of commitment we're seeing from the North, from our friends from the North and other parts of the world. But my point is that as Africans ourselves, as private sector players, we have to step up to the plate and make our contribution, no matter how small those contributions are, which is proportionate to the resources we have. As EcoBank, we've always done that. In the last 1 year, we've committed about 10% of our balance sheet to sustainable initiatives. And we want to continue to do that going forward to the future. As we go towards CGA, as we go towards COP27, we want to work with you, with CGA, with everybody, and see how can we, because ultimately, a bank is able to leverage the resources it has to mobilize savings and transform that savings into changes in community. It can be more than 10 times of the resources that we have when we mobilize savings and we use that to transform. So we prepare to do that. We prepare to do that because it is what we should do, and we're grateful for all the people that are committing their resources to our continent. Thank you.
Thank you so much indeed. That makes a CEO, brief, sharp, operational indeed. GCF, please.
Thank you very much, Patrick, and thank you, esteemed guests and excellencies. The Green Climate Fund is an open partnership at the core. And having listened to many of our partners from the African Development Bank, from the Agence Française de Développement, HSBC, EcoBank Ghana, IFAD, and many others, we are very pleased that in the first 7 years of operation, we've been able to get commitments of $10.8 billion, and we've been able to leverage over $32 billion for a full portfolio of $40 billion. But as Madam Deputy Secretary General of the UN said, this is only a handshake. So it is, how do we go from a handshake into a hug? How do we make sure that we're able to really mobilize the capital that is needed? 35% of our funding is going to Africa. 81% projects have been approved for Africa. But this is not yet enough. And adaptation is a commitment that the Green Climate Fund has to reach 50% of our allocation has to be in adaptation. As we are entering our second replenishment, and I, of course, support and hope that the African Development Bank is successful in its replenishment, I also hope the GCF is successful in bringing a lot more capital. 10 billion was what we were able to raise for our first replenishment. Just looking at our pipeline of concept ideas, project ideas, and funding proposals, we could have more than $40 billion worth of potential projects. And here, what we would like to do together with our partners, because that's exactly why this table is so important, is we would like to make sure that we use our limited public capital in the most innovative way to crowd in the private sector, to be able to also de-risk and make climate investing viable, especially adaptation, but also to support countries to create more conducive environments for investments. A lot of times it is the obstacles of countries that do not allow capital to flow. So we are really hoping that with our policies, we approve an adaptation policy this year. We're going to be approving, hopefully, a new policy on accreditation to make it easier and more accessible to work with our partners. But most importantly, we really believe that while the direction of travel is the right one, we cannot put our guard down on our ambition. Our ambition has to be one of better delivery, of more transparent, but also, as Alberto said, having people at the core, because we are talking about lives. And I think while all of our meetings and the ones that are coming in Abidjan or is going to come also in Sharm el-Sheikh, it's all about action. We can commit, we can write speeches, we can sign declarations, but if we don't sort of implement and we don't make projects happen, we are still going to be left behind. On a personal note, while I am from Latin America, I'm from Costa Rica, half my heart is African, as my daughter was born in Guinea-Bissau. So it is my commitment, not only as GCF, but also as a citizen of the world, to really give my best to help Africa reach those important levels and make everything we can to make it happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much indeed for your strong statement. I want to move quickly to Vijay Rangarajan. Please, Vijay.
Thank you, Patrick. I think I'm about the only thing that stands between us and lunch, so I'll be incredibly fast. Just 2 points to add, really building a little bit on what Mr. Balkanen just said. And this from the point of view of someone running a chunk of a development ministry, foreign ministry, investing in this. The monitoring and evaluation of these programs is really crucial. We now have a number of really quite successful programs. And Patrick, I pay tribute here to you, to GCA, to AAAP. There are real advances, there are real achievements. We have to be able to then justify investing further in all of this against the many other challenges that face all countries. So monitoring, evaluation, getting the implementation exactly right, baking adaptation into all of the national plans, and Mahmoud, you said this very clearly, it's got to become a whole of government issue very much, linking health, gender, really all of the issues there, and nature, as I think Kristalina Georgieva said right. But I just come back, we are going to have to justify this money for all countries in the world in these investments. And I don't think we yet have a convincing enough story that we can always tell about the cost effectiveness of all of these measures. And so I would say that is crucial. Second very brief point, the global goal on adaptation has begun to improve. We've begun to have quite a useful discussion. I think the 31st of August workshops are beginning to get somewhere. But I don't think yet we have a substantive enough global goal based, for example, on the work that the Bangladeshi foreign minister said at our last meeting here, where he set out a very clear objective of saving lives and livelihoods. Again, that links to the monitoring and evaluation. If we can show we're saving lives and livelihoods, people are very likely to put significant money into that. Patrick, I've kept it very, very short to say I agree very much with what Mahmoud said on GFANs, the private sector, and the need to mobilize all of that. And you and the Egyptian presidency have the UK's full support. Good luck.
Thank you so much, Vijay, indeed, but also for your continued strong leadership on this agenda in very practical terms, leading the largest financier indeed from the bilateral world. I want to go quickly to the following list. And you may think, is that possible in 5 minutes? And we count on you. Universities have a very important role to play. I mean, it's not just government or the private sector or international organizations. Universities as such need to contribute. We have with us the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, Stephen Kiama. Please, sir.
Yes, thank you very much, Patrick. I think quickly just to mention that we expected, obviously, also President Kenyatta here, but today we had quite some momentous event taking place in our country. The Supreme Court was to make a determination on the president-elect. That has already been done, and it is now behind us. I think Kenya, just like other African countries, is affected quite in a big way on this issue of climate change. And there is need for us to work together and solve this problem. The University of Nairobi has been in the forefront in the issues climate change and issues of environment. We had Professor Richard Odingo, who was the vice chair of IPCC, and also Professor Wangari Maathai, who is won a Nobel Prize, was a professor at the University of Nairobi, again on the issue of environment, peace, and governance. We are key, we play a key role as knowledge partners. As you heard Kristalina mention about the issue of going ahead and doing evaluation and knowing what we need to do before taking action. The University of Nairobi and the other institution of higher learning will play a key role in being knowledge partners in this matter. University of Nairobi is also participating in various regional networks. The Regional University Forum for Agriculture, the Association of African Universities, the African Research University Alliance, as well as the Inter-University Council for East Africa. And therefore, we have the avenue to rally behind the other institutions of higher learning to play and participate in this important work of accelerating adaptation of climate change. We will succeed if we all work together and we play and request that the universities be supported to provide the relevant knowledge required to address the gap that is there and to transform the challenges into opportunities for job opportunities for young people. We are already collaborating with the GCA on the issue of resilience infrastructure. And the University of Nairobi, under this establishment of the Wangari Maathai Institute for Peace and Environmental Studies, which was named after Professor Wangari Maathai, we are willing to provide a secretariat, an African-based secretariat for GCA within the University of Nairobi to support this work of the AAAP. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Vice Chancellor. Let us now move to World Bank. Jennifer Sarah, Global Director, indeed.
And forgive me, I will forego all the niceties and formalities and congratulations, although they are very much in order. I've just taken on my new role as Head of Climate Change at the World Bank after 8 years of working as Director of Water, so I know quite a bit about adaptation. And let me just reiterate my personal and professional commitment to put Africa adaptation at the top of our agenda and see what more we can do to support our client countries, how we can coordinate more closely with the AAAP, with the African Development Bank, with GCA, other partners around this table, including the Three Sisters. Also, how we can get the private sector to the table, although I see there are quite a few members of the private sector. But also importantly, how we listen to and act upon the voices of the youth, of women, of local communities, so that all of us collectively can deliver adaptation and development to all of the people of the world and throughout Africa. And Mahmoud, I've heard your marching orders loud and clear on what you want from the World Bank and IDA. We cannot agree more at the World Bank about the conclusions of the African Climate Summit, which was held last week in Gabon, which highlighted that the answer lies in taking a holistic approach to climate and development. In fact, we have taken this approach to heart in our Climate Change Action Plan, which commits at least 35% of all of our finance to climate change and to provide equal financing to mitigation adaptation. Last fiscal year, we delivered close to $32 billion in climate finance, of which more than $12 billion went to Africa. We're also supporting this approach through our new analytical diagnostic tool called the Country Climate and Development Reports. We have one in Rwanda, the minister, we were just chatting about it before. But this basically shows how development can deliver jobs, service delivery, biodiversity protection, economic growth, while addressing climate. We are committed to launch and share the results of these reports with the global community. Also, Africa Climate Week called for increased financing and financial innovation. Again, we could not agree more. As the largest financier of climate, including in Africa, where we've increased our funding from adaptation from $4.7 billion in fiscal 21 to $6.2 billion in fiscal 22, we are committed to do even more this year, working with all of you. But we know that much more is needed and public investments are not enough, so we're working with countries and others to build platforms, develop customized climate markets, innovate and design at-scale bankable projects to attract greater private grant and concessional investments. We see initiatives such as the AAAP and the role of GCA as an important component of this work and are committed to be your partner. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. Indeed, also congratulations in your new role at the World Bank. We at the GCA are very keen to indeed strengthen our collaboration going forward. Quickly, let's go to the Minister for Energy, Tanzania. Sir, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I want to thank you, the conveners of the summit, for inviting the President of Tanzania, Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, to attend. She sent me to convey her support on the urgent task of mobilizing resources for climate change adaptation. And I will not read the statement. It's 4 hours into the session. It's been a while, and half the room is empty. So I will present to the team for sharing. So what I want to say is Tanzania is in support of the initiative. We will join the program this year. There is no language that is sufficient to emphasize the gravity of climate crisis and the need for action. We want to be part of the action. There is no shortage of statistics to describe the impact of climate change. And we believe that the current direction in terms of what we need to do is the right one. We have said so many words over so many years. Time of action is now. Tanzania has plans to tackle the challenge, and we hope that this facility, this initiative will be helpful to Tanzania to finance these plans. We want to be part of the human family in tackling this challenge. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister, for your focused intervention. And as said, we're very keen and delighted to take your statement for the record of the meeting, indeed. Let's move to the Minister of State in Rwanda. Please, Claudine.
Thank you. It's a pleasure just to me to be part of the discussions on the impact of climate change. And I can say that climate change, as it was highlighted by predecessors, is a fact, and its impacts are hampering required development and sustainable growth. And as it was highlighted again, Africa looks the most vulnerable continent though it contributes less to CO2 emissions. So I think more resources should be channeled through right projects in Africa, and compensation maybe through the carbon credit or carbon market initiative needs to be done in a transparent and fair ways. So I can say when it comes to Rwanda, every year in different parts of the country, we experience natural disasters, such as drought, floods, and subsequent landslides that mostly have resulted in a number of damages. But we've managed to find out adequate solutions to be able just to mitigate and to bring adaptation and mitigation to this climate change. And as you might know, Rwanda was one of the African countries to submit the national determined contribution, and we identified priority activities that are required to respond to the need of adaptation and climate change. When it comes to the required resources, we have already mobilized about $340 million USD to support the post-COVID recovery. But at the same time, we also need 3.5 USD billion to adapt to the impact of climate change. Then through collaboration with AAAP, this could be an opportunity to mobilize further resources for adaptation to climate change and bridge the existing financing gap as well. So we think with the AAAP, Rwanda will benefit from innovative finance adaptation, innovative climate adaptation finance, and with the cross-cutting nature of climate interventions, different sectors, including agriculture, infrastructure, land management, all contributing to job creation, as well as a supporting macro-level green and climate-resilient development will be enhanced. So in conclusion, I can say that Africa as a whole will need just to rethink twice on continent's green agenda. And this should be coupled with prioritizing national level climate adaptation strategies to spur an inclusive and sustainable economic development and generate more green jobs in support of economic recovery from COVID pandemic. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister. Indeed, we have a few more speakers which I really would like to take now before we go for lunch, because as we adapt as we go. The President of UCLG, please. But brief.
Merci. D'abord, je remercie.
Thank you. Thanks to the organisers for inviting the UCLG to the current summit on adaptation to climate change in Africa. As a president of UCLG Africa, representing 51 national local authority organizations operating on African so the mayors of 16 collectives, some 2,000 countries and regions, representing some 350 million inhabitants of Africa. UCLG is the voice of local Africa, of the local territories, the one that expresses the daily concerns of African men and women. The emergency is clear, but despite this emergency expressed by the IPCC and towards the COP27, we had an action day where we participated in the African Climate Week in Libreville in Gabon last month, and we are here for the Africa Adaptation Summit in Rotterdam, which we see as an important milestone in this process. At each of those stages, UCLG Africa has this same message, and we want it to be listened to and heard. The message is that in Africa, the main action for climate change that needs to be undertaken is for adaptation. Adaptation to climate change is a regional and women's issue. UCLG Africa insists that adaptation to climate change get the attention and equivalent means to those brought for mitigation of greenhouse gases. Up till now, adaptation has only benefited from 21% of funds for climate change. UCLG Africa wants a balanced disbursement of funds, and we want this to be one of the outcomes of COP27, and we want this summit to confirm this commitment. We believe that climate action has to be regionalized, and we want local territories and regions to be at the heart of adaptation measures to climate change in Africa. CLG Africa proposes that we organize a forum of cities and territories for accelerating resilience and mobilizing climate financing. We ask the Egyptian authorities for this to be the case, and we hope they will accede to our request. To support the towns and territories of Africa in their adaptation to climate change, UCLG signed a protocol of understanding with the Global Centre for Adaptation at the COP26 last November in Glasgow. UCLG Africa defends the idea that the main players for driving positive change are women and young people. And amongst the young people, there are also women. We have to admit once and for all that in Africa, the major positive changes will come through women. In terms of adaptation to climate change, women are in the front line for collecting drinking water. They are the ones who suffer more from drought. Many of the young women, because of drought, have to drop out of school. It is women who have the responsibility for preparing meals for their families. They are the first concerned when resources and crops become rare. It is they who have to find energy for cooking. During extreme climate events, women are the first victims. When resources become rare because of climate change, the women are the first to be excluded. All of this is known and documented. If we say it, COP27 must be a COP for action and for adaptation to climate change. It is important for the question of women, and territorial resilience should be on the agenda in the work at COP27. These are some of the ideas of the UCLG that I wanted to share with you.
Indeed, for this strong statement indeed. I want to turn now to the Commissioner for Agriculture and Rural Economy, the African Union Commission, Madame Sacco.
technology. Good afternoon, every one of you. Thank you, Patrick, for giving me the floor just to share a few, because my superior, my principal, have already talked on behalf of the African Union Commission, but we just want to support this initiative and saying that this department that I lead is the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Environment, is fully committed to address these issues with you. We are preparing an MOU. There's a little delay, so in the MOU we are going to sign. We are going to plan maybe during COP27 to sign this MOU so that we can really work with this initiative, the AAAP initiative, because to us it's very important, and it's also enshrined in our recently adopted African climate change resilient development strategy. We have all these points that we are talking about here. We have resilient adaptation as a core and really well defined. So I think we need to align so that at the same time we will implement our climate change resilient development strategy, together through a really good roadmap of and strengthening our collaboration. I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Madam Commissioner, and also for your strong support on this agenda. I want to move to the EBRD. Carlos. In the sense, good in terms of time. It's bad that the EBRD is not here. Of course, we all agree on that. But we do know they're extremely committed to this agenda, and he is in a bilateral, so we give him the floor when he is here. We haven't heard yet of the youth community. We do have a youth representative. In fact, we have two. We had a whole summit over the weekend, which was hundreds of young people from Africa and the world were here in Rotterdam expressing their views. We want to hear it now, what you have us to say, energize us, and give us food for thought for lunch indeed. Desmond.
Thank you very much. My name is Desmond Aluna. I'm from Ghana, a member of the Youth Advisory Panel, and I'm also here with my colleague, Elisa Valinkoy from Canada. We are here with one message. We are here to appeal to global leaders. I do not obviously represent the voice of the 1.8 billion young people on this planet, and I cannot also speak for the youth of 2050, by which time this number would have doubled. But we are here to appeal that the adaptation agenda should be a youth agenda, that youth dominate in Africa. And we are requesting that finance should target young people, youth-led initiatives, and youth entrepreneurs. We are also requesting that global leaders should include young people at the planning, the design, and the implementation of adaptation programs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Desmond. Let's go to Zainab. Zainab Invesco, please.
Hi. I have pleasure in representing Invesco, one of the world's largest asset managers with about $1.5 trillion under management. We have a responsibility, obviously, to cater to client demand along different parts of the investment journey, but we also have a fiduciary duty to our investors in delivering sustainable value creation, and which has meant that we've had to take a very close look at sustainability, in particular the environment, as a third dimension to our investment process besides sort of traditional risk and return. We've heard today that the private sector is relatively absent in mobilizing client finance and efforts towards adaptation. Well, I'm here to tell you that this is changing. Invesco is excited to be working towards a solution in this area by way of the Adaptation Climate Action Fund, which targets investing in adaptation and resilience projects in developing markets, mostly in the most vulnerable regions to climate change, i.e. least developed countries, small island developing states, and African states, while mobilizing more flows from the private sector to help close that funding gap for adaptation action. The investment case for this is clear, so this is not just a good-to-do initiative. And by the way, this is not a one-off, but more of the start of a series of funds to bring innovation in the space, which is much needed. We're also happy to be working with the GCA in signing an MOU where they'll provide technical assistance to help us source and originate debt, and we'll be working with several DFIs and climate funds to provide risk mitigation for the private sector investors, including sovereign wealth funds, pension funds, insurance companies, and asset managers. I'll close by saying I'm excited to be working with many of you here in this room in bringing this to life and a collective effort in bridging that important finance gap. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And also, Susanna, also for inspiring us that the private sector is getting there indeed.
We are here, yes.
We're not there yet, but we'll get it there at some point. Andrea Massa, UNCCD, please.
Thank you, and I'll be super brief. What do we bring to the table? The possibility of really implementing the nexus between land, drought, nature, and climate approach. And I think that we really need to bring to the table specific projects, this programmatic vision, and these synergies. And on the other element, all the experience that we are learning coming from the Great Wing Wall Accelerator. And we know that there are a lot of lessons learned that we can share because we want the AAA initiative to be a success. So we're here to really collaborate with you, bringing those lessons learned, guaranteeing this nexus and these synergies on the different conventions, and also to guarantee also this whole of a government approach and this multi-level approach. Over to you. Thank you.
With UNCCD indeed. I know several speakers have not spoken, and I know that's very unfortunate, but I also know that I only have time to drive it as far as I can drive it. It's 2:20 now. Lunch is waiting. We have a session in the afternoon. What I will try to do for those who haven't spoken now, to see whether we can do a sort of a shortened version this afternoon when the Prime Minister is here. So let's try to accommodate that. But I do want to invite one speaker now to speak very briefly to set the scene for the working luncheon. It is a working luncheon, and it's a person who has been driving the adaptation agenda for a long time and a very close friend, Minister Lee White, please.
Oh, Patrick, don't put me on the spot. I thought I was going for my lunch. Okay, very quickly. There is a saying, you often go to these meetings and we bring wise sayings from Africa. So in my role as a sort of a bridge, rather like my brother, the mayor of Rotterdam, the bridge between cultures, I'll bring you a European saying. A stitch in 9 saves 9. That's what my grandmother used to tell me. A stitch in 9 saves 9. That would apply to adaptation. That would apply to mitigation. It seems crazy that the continent that has created just 3% of the problem only merits 3% of the financing. Are those two things linked? Even though the African continent is suffering the most. Does Africa have to come up to 25% of the problem to get 25% of the solution that it merits? Does Gabon, as the world's most carbon positive economy, when we create a carbon credit, well, we're only allowed 1 carbon credit for every 10 tons of CO2 that we suck out of the atmosphere. We're absorbing 60% of the Netherlands' carbon emissions every year, but for every 1 ton that the world will give us, we have to absorb 10 tons of carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. And so, the message is, invest in mitigation to decrease the need for adaptation, invest in adaptation to decrease the need for loss and damage payments. A stitch in 9 saves 9. Listen to your grandmother's traditional knowledge and help to save the African continent from climate change. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Lee, for setting the scene for the luncheon. We will now adjourn briefly as it is for our working luncheon downstairs. Mr. Mike Gerling, sitting on my left side, will guide all of us to the luncheon with next steps so that we know what the rhythm of the afternoon is. At 3:45, there will be the arrival of the Prime Minister of the Netherlands, who happens to be the host of this meeting. We will start with the family photo downstairs. 3:45, family photo downstairs, and then at 4 o'clock we resume the leader session indeed. Thank you very much. It has been a long morning. It is already afternoon. The water has been going down in the meantime with another meter, so let's bring it up again after lunch. Thank you very much indeed.
Excellences, Messieurs les chefs d'État, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs de gouvernement, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les ambassadeurs, Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants des partenaires au développement, Mesdames et Messieurs, je voudrais avant tout, au nom de Son Excellence, Monsieur Denis Sassou Nguesso, Président de la République du Congo, chef de l'État, Président de la Commission climat du bassin du Congo et du Fonds bleu pour le bassin du Congo, vous remercier d'avoir invité mon pays à prendre part au sommet africain sur l'adaptation. Excellences, Messieurs les chefs d'État, Mesdames et Messieurs, l'histoire des transferts financiers des pays du Nord.
The President of Congo, I would like to thank you of the transfer of financing of funds from the northern countries to the southern countries. Has always been a lot of unkept promises. 30 years ago, already at the Earth Summit of Rio in '92, the developed countries had committed to provide new resources and further resources at amount of $15 billion per year for least developed countries to solve environmental issues. But less than 1/5 of these funds were allocated to those countries. And the developed countries during the Copenhagen had committed to provide $30 billion between 2010 and 2012. For adaptation as well as mitigation. Unfortunately, this commitment was not kept. And before the Marrakesh conference in November 2016, these same developed countries mentioned their ambition to collectively mobilize $100 billion per year up to 2020 to support countries to fight, least developed countries to fight against climate change. This promise, yet again, was not kept. And these are not the only examples of unkept promises. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and leaders, country leaders, according to estimations, the annual cost for developing countries, and in particular, facing this huge vertiginous climb in the amounts needed, the current solutions, we need to go beyond the commitments and also to ensure that commitments are kept and fulfilled. And also we must allocate further capital to multilateral banks to ensure via subventions and loans, subsidized loans, the development of green economy and also of carbon credit. However, we must, in spite of this awareness and geopolitical evolutions, lines have not moved. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, state leaders, the Republic of Congo, at the heart of the Congo Basin, second country in the world for forests after Amazonia, and for carbon capture, we have the majestuous Congo River, which is the second largest river in the world, with 4,700 kilometers in length and loads of contributing countries. I'm sorry, I can't hear that lady anymore. No, me.
All for joining this Leaders Press event briefing at the Africa Adaptation Summit and high-level Friends of the DCI Dialogue in Rotterdam, the adaptation capital today of the world. My name is Patrick Verkooyen, and I'm the CEO of the Global Center on Adaptation. And I'm very pleased and humbled to be joined by my big brother, President Akin Adesina of the African Development Bank, for this conversation. Today's meeting has been absolutely crucial to clarify what will constitute success at the African COP27 summit in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, in just 2 months, and how we can get there. And the message is very simple. The international community has to deliver on Africa's needs at the African COP. What are Africa's needs? Well, we heard it this morning from leader after leader after leader. It is the world's most vulnerable continent in the global climate breakdown, which we're experiencing. It has an adaptation finance gap. Africa has an adaptation finance gap of $41 billion every year to a problem it did not cause. What it needs now is adaptation finance to flow to African-led projects on the ground so that the people, the cities, and the nations of Africa can weather the storm they face. We must. There is one headline coming out of the summit, which is this: we must double down on climate finance adaptation for Africa at COP27. Double down. It was promised in Glasgow. It has to be delivered 2 months from now. Well, you might ask, how can this be done? It's obvious. Because Africa has a program for climate adaptation for the continent. It is the so-called AAAP, Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program. This AAAP, this Africa Adaptation Program, is unmatched in ambition, it's unmatched in scale globally. And it has already proven its delivery potential. Since launching last year, President Adesina and I launched this last year, it has already been funding some 30 projects in 19 countries for over $3 billion. So this can be done, but what needs to happen, it now needs to be capitalized. And I'm sure you will hear from the leaders here today, who you may already have spoken to before, but also afterwards, their affirmations that Africa is behind this African Adaptation Acceleration Program, including its upstream financing facility, which is the transmission belt to deliver on the program, and the African Development Fund, which is hosted by President Adesina at the African Development Bank. The upstream financing facility, which we host as Global Center on Adaptation, is mere $250 million over 5 years. Can that be delivered by COP27? In fact, it should be delivered by COP27. Because what is more, by delivering on the AAAP, the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program, we can set in motion a resilient transformation across Africa. Because let us not forget, the agenda which we are discussing today is about jobs, is about growth, is about development. Africa and the world has a choice to make. We either delay and pay or plan and prosper, because for Africa it is adapt or die. I thank you.
Well, thank you very much, my dear brother Patrick. First and foremost, let me thank you for your tremendous leadership, global leadership on adaptation. I think the Center for Global Center on Adaptation is doing an incredible job getting the world to focus on the world's most vulnerable countries that did not cause the climate change that we all face today. And nowhere is that more important than in Africa. Africa does not contribute for more than 3% of the global greenhouse gas emissions, but it suffers disproportionately from its negative consequences. Think about it. I'm not going to worry you about the figures. The figures are well known. But I want to talk to you about what it means in the lives of people. Take a look at farmers today in Africa. From East Africa, they haven't had rains in 2 years. And that means that pastoralists are losing all of their livestock. That is actually their own savings. That's the assets that they have. It means that women cannot actually feed their kids. It means that you have significant amount of stunting and malnutrition as a result of that. And in fact, in the case of Africa, if you take West Africa, for example, stunting could rise by about almost 43%. You take the case of East Africa, stunting could rise by more than 23%. You take a look at girls that are going to school. One of the critical problems that girls actually have is in rural areas, they go out to go and find water. We have girls that are actually walking already 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers to go find water. They are dropping out of school with climate change. We have to think that way. We also have to think about what climate change is doing to displaced populations on our continent. Today we have climate refugees. Just because there's no water, there's competition for water. And now we have about almost 4.6 million people that are just climate-induced refugees all across the continent, and it can only get worse. And one thing that Professor Vakwejen was talking about is, if you look at Africa, how much we are losing, and how much we might lose. Let me put it not in figures, let me just put it this way. We are stressed, we are stressed, we are stressed, but we do not want to be in distress. And that's why this conversation we are having here, it's about that, how to avoid that distress. Together with the Global Center on Adaptation, we have this African Adaptation Acceleration Program that is going to look in how to build climate resilience for infrastructure, for water, for sanitation, for energy, but also looking at how we also bring climate-smart agriculture for farmers so that they can actually exist a lot. And this is the largest ever globally effort on adaptation. So it's something, but we need the money. The African Development Bank put down $12.5 billion out of $25 billion. So we're not begging, right? We're saying that we didn't cause the problem. We come to the conversation with very good heart, a very great commitment. Meet us halfway. This is $12.5 billion, then we need $12.5 billion. And yet the developed countries had promised $100 billion a year. In fact, from Glasgow, that they will double that for adaptation, by 2025. So this is the moment to deliver for Africa. I was just talking to Alok Sharma, the COP26 president, just before coming to this COP conference. And I said, from Glasgow, we have a plane. We had a plane on climate adaptation flying from Glasgow that has to land in Sharm el-Sheikh. When it lands in Sharm el-Sheikh, it must deliver the goods. And the goods it must deliver is financing for Africa. It's totally non-negotiable. Because it's Africa's COP, the needs of Africa must be met. And that's why the leaders are here today. And that's the practicality of what we are talking about. We want to avoid a distress in Africa. Thank you.
Alex.
Okay, everybody, we'll now start to take questions. Again, if you can say your name, media outlet, and who your question is for. We'll start with you in the big dress.
Thank you. This is Anne-Marie Besada with the Africa Report. At the start of the opening of the summit, Senegal's Macky Sall said he had a bitter taste in his mouth from the fact that a lot of the heads of CEOs from industries, like Total, like Shell, for example, but no names were mentioned, were not present. So going forward, you might have commitments from governments, which is fantastic, but how do you expect to meet the goal of actually continuing perpetuating the climate change mitigation, or adaptation rather, if the industry heads aren't even here?
One of the things that we do in Africa very well is if you're playing football, soccer, in South Africa, they have something called a vuvuzela. Whether you like it or not, wherever your house is, whether you're in the stadium or not, present in the stadium or not, you will hear the sound of that vuvuzela. There is a vuvuzela sound that's going from here to leaders that are not here. They will hear it. They will know that Africa's needs are this, and that we do require them to take actions to make sure that those resources are provided for Africa. I also want to say that in terms of private sector, we at the African Development Bank, working with the Global Center on Adaptation, we've put this thing together called the African Financial Alliance for Climate, AFAC, AFAC. The African Alliance for Climate brings together the financial institutions in Africa, from central banks to commercial banks to multilateral financial institutions to the insurance companies, and also brings together the stock exchanges. And the whole idea is, how do we green the financial ecosystem in Africa to be able to get some of the resources? And we think that Africa has today about $2.8 trillion in terms of financing from the pension fund and sovereign wealth funds, and how we are going to actually leverage all of that. So the point I'm making is this: we are not waiting for others. We are taking the decisions we need to take. And I expect that in a world in which we have collective but differentiated responsibility, our partners will eventually join us. But we are not waiting.
Let me add to that, if I may. As President Adesina said, many Africans are very good at playing football. But many Africans are also very good at running marathons. So this whole climate agenda, which we're discussing here today, which we'll discuss in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, is in fact, it's a marathon and it is a sprint at the same time. It's a marathon because we need to have this objective where we want to be. Because let us not forget, the world had promised over and over again that we will not increase global warming by 1.5 degrees Celsius. We are not on track, because 1.5 means 3 degrees warming Celsius in Africa. We're not on track. We need to realize that while we discuss adaptation today, we need to think holistically. We at the same time, particularly in the global north, have to lower our carbon emissions, because certain areas, certain sub-regions in Africa will become uninhabitable. So the long game and the short sprint has to become together. I'm actually even more determined because of today's summit meeting, because there are now concrete commitments on the table. Is it sufficient? No, it is not. Is it moving? Yes, it is. Will others come to the table? That's the question which is now coming out of this summit. I think this is a strong movement being built at this summit, which then drives momentum in the coming period. Litmus test is, for Sharm el-Sheikh, we can meet again, we have another summit meeting. Is the financing on the table, but in a very concrete term, for the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program, or is it not? I think that's the litmus test which came out of this meeting today. It has increased the temperature politically, which is very important. That now needs to be translated into financial flows.
We will now turn to Jack Graham from Reuters, who is on the screen there, who, if the technology works, will ask you his question directly. Jack.
Hi, thank you very much. My question is, sorry if there's crossover with the first question, we couldn't hear online. The big question here seems to be how to mobilize private sector funds. I was wondering what the biggest barriers have been to getting larger scale private sector interest in adaptation, especially in Africa, and what you can do at COP27 and beyond to try and break down those barriers and mobilize those funds. Thank you.
Let's take one more question. Let's take a couple of questions. Let's do a couple of questions.
Okay, we'll take a couple of questions from the floor.
Okay. My name is Kenneth Bomo from CNBC Africa. My question is still around finance and more or less looking at the work you're doing in the African Development Bank. Kudos on the downstream facility. But I'd also like to take it a bit further to ask more or less about the 16th replenishment of the African Development Fund, and more or less how that brings the opportunity to galvanize more financing and also the climate action window.
Just to 3 or 4.
Thank you. That's a lot of mics. Hi, I'm Susanna Zaruk, reporting for Outriders. I also have a question about private financing and especially loans. So how do you ensure that if there will be loans or more loans for climate adaptation, that you don't get trapped in a loan trap?
Just one more. One more. Benjamin. Benjamin. Benjamin and then this gentleman.
A quick one. I am actually, this reflects my thoughts. Politico Online actually says as its headline on this event, European leaders to skip climate summit with Africa. And today I posed that question to Ban Ki-moon. I posed that to you as well. Were you disappointed that a lot of the European leaders were expecting to show up, did not show face? These are the very people, apart from industry, the country powers that will back this. Some of them were not here. Were you disappointed?
Thank you. I am Gabriel from Deutsche Welle. My question is similar to my colleague here. How much confident and optimistic are you, given the circumstances and the political situations here in Europe, and of course the fact that many European leaders are not showing up in this conference? Thank you.
Okay, let me take a first step on this question, and I am happy to hand over to you, President Adesina. On private finance, you have seen, I hope, the report which we launched last week, in which we basically assessed, as a global center on adaptation, together with the African Development Bank, what the investment needs are for the continent. What is that number? 52 billion a year. We have also assessed how much money is flowing today from the global north to Africa, and that number is 11 billion. So you can imagine, already see, there's a vast gap between what is needed or what is flowing. And that delta, that difference, cannot only be matched by public resources. That's obvious. At the moment, only 3% of adaptation finance in and for Africa comes from the private sector. That needs to be elevated, it needs to be scaled, and it also needs to a much deeper conversation with the private sector on how we can bring them to the table. On the skipping the European Union point, first and foremost, we have African leaders here with us. African leaders who have the boldness and the focus and the determination to come to Europe by saying, we have a plan, we have the commitment because we're here, and we are funding this plan ourselves. But what they heard today is a double message. On the one hand, there are those who are not here today. Well, for those, I would say, let's bring them to the conversation in the next few months before COP27. Do we have a lot of time? No, we don't. Is the time completely running out? No. We have a couple of weeks for these government leaders to come forward with their commitment. Because the other part of the message is there are very concrete commitments from governments here today for the AAAP. It's Norway, it's France, it's the United Kingdom. Later today we will hear from the Netherlands what they're going to bring to this agenda. Am I optimistic? Am I pessimistic? First and foremost, none of us here is naive. All of us realize there is a Ukraine conflict. All of us realize that inflation is up, energy prices is up, food prices is up. All of us realize we're still recovering from COVID. But at the same time, all of us at the summit realize that we can only grow, develop in a green, prosperous way for all is that we take the climate crisis into account. So I'm not optimistic, I'm not pessimistic. I'm determined more than ever. Thank you very much indeed.
Now, thank you very much, Patrick. That determination is certainly very much shared. But to the question from Reuters and the adaptation finance and what are some of the reasons why we are not getting so much on adaptation finance. Well, you know, that's because adaptation is not the problem of developed countries. Developed countries that have to meet net zero think about how they put money into mitigation, you know, to reduce the total amount of emissions. So you do need that. However, here's the issue, why we must focus on adaptation. If you took, for example, since 1850, the total amount of carbon that's in the air that actually been done, it's roughly 2,400 gigaton of CO2 that the developed countries have actually put there, which has caused a lot of these problems. Now, the amount available for us in our development going forward now to be able to maintain the 1.5 degrees, so that we're not going above that for warming, it's only 400 gigatons. The question is this: how do you allocate that 400 gigatons between those that actually caused the problem in the first place and developing countries such as Africa that actually do need to develop? So in other words, you need more space for development. So the point I'm trying to make is that as we look at adaptation, there must be an equity in terms of the space for development for developing countries to be able to also develop pragmatically. And I'm saying this for one particular case, which is on energy. We still have close to 600 million people in Africa without access to energy. Yes, we are doing everything on renewable energy, from solar to wind to geothermal to hydro. Today at the bank, African Development Bank, 83% of all of our financing for for power generation goes into renewable energy, but we must be realistic. Africa needs natural gas as part of its energy mix. And I hear people sometimes say, well, if you do that, then you're going to be increasing emissions. Guess what? The developed country already used up all its limits. This 400 gigaton that's left has to be allowed the breathing space, the growth space for Africa to have the energy mix it needs to industrialize and create jobs. So that's the point, just on the mitigation side, to have the space to develop and the kind of energy mix we need. But adaptation is therefore not the big priority of developed countries. But why don't we get enough adaptation finance? First is that to prepare, you have to need funds to prepare the projects for climate adaptation. That's why we are actually, right now with the Global Center on Adaptation, having the African Adaptation Acceleration Program upstream facility to be able to provide the right projects that can be financed. And I want to say that in the last 1 year or so too, the Global Center on Adaptation's upstream facility has allowed us to mainstream $3 billion of climate finance for adaptation into all of our work. I think that you said the ratio is about 1 to 100. $1 gets you 100 in terms of mainstream that. The other part is incentive for adaptation. And we are now piloting together something called the African Adaptation Benefits Mechanism, wherein philanthropics, banks like us will buy adaptation benefits for projects that are actually delivering climate adaptation. And then we can then sell those things to others so they're able to raise money for climate adaptation. And lastly is that the global climate finance institutions are now prioritizing adaptation as much as they are prioritizing mitigation. Therefore, there's also a need to change the mindset globally that we are suffering in Africa and we want to have a lot more prioritization of global financing going to adaptation. Now, you asked me a question about the African Development Fund 16 replenishment. The African Development Fund 16 replenishment, the African Development Fund, is the concessional financing arm of the bank that actually basically gives grants, monies to countries to develop. Okay. So when you talk about how to adapt to climate change, we have created a climate action window that essentially we give grants. These are not loans, right? To your question on the loan, it's just grants, Because why should I be borrowing and get into more debt for problems I didn't actually create? What you need are grants, not loans, for countries to adapt to what they didn't cause, right? And so for the climate action window of the bank, African Development Fund, we want to mobilize between $4 billion and $14 billion. Question is, what will it do, right? It will do the following. It will provide 20 million farmers with access to weather index insurance products, including pastoralists. It would take 20 million farmers and also provide them access to climate-resilient agricultural technology, seeds, varieties that are resistant to drought. It will help to regenerate 1 million hectares of degraded land. Most of those will be in the Sahel and all of those areas. It will also provide renewable energy, electricity for about 9.6 million people. And so we are in that replenishment process, and I really will urge all of our developed country partners to finance and fund the African Development Fund Sustained Replenishment. Of course, we are working very closely with the Global Center on Adaptation. Now, on the issue of the, you asked the tough issue on the leadership and all of that. The reality is that we all need each other to solve this problem. And I think that if there's anything that will come out of here, it's the fact that the Africans actually came to the table here not to beg. We came with resources that countries are committing to climate finance, to climate adaptation, to what the African Development Bank is committed to, what the Global Center on Adaptation is committed to. Right in that room are not small people. You got development finance ministers of Europe, all of them in that room. They are the ones that actually control the pulse of where the money goes. So as much as I really would have really liked to have heads of state in that room, that's a political issue which, at the end of the day, we have to turn the whole issue of promises to commitments. The commitments then have to move into finance. So I am not disappointed by the fact that we have in that room all the major development finance ministers, and you had them from Norway that were talking to you, had Denmark, you had all of them in terms of their commitment to finance. Everybody, they want to finance the African Adaptation Acceleration Program. They want to finance the ADF replenishment. And so on the practical side, I am pretty happy with what we are getting in terms of support for us. But we also do need our political leaders to talk to themselves. And I'm pretty confident by the time we get to Sharm el-Sheikh, there will be that political consensus from Europe, other parts of the world, and African leaders that what we promised, we delivered. And I can't forget what my late mentor, Kofi Annan, used to tell me. He said, Akin, the only promises that matter are the promises that are kept. And so Sharm el-Sheikh is a place where we must keep the promises that have been made on that.
So let's close it.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Okay.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You are working every single day to make possible this transformation.